Section 115 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Arthur Buckley. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 115, Glamis Castle. In the first series of these stories and traditions, some allusions were made to the mystery, or rather many mysteries, attached to Glamis Castle, the Forfarshire seat of the Earl of Strathmore, but the legends investing this immense and ancient palace are inexhaustible. In point of antiquity and historical interest, the castle is one of the most remarkable edifices in the kingdom. Although dilapidated and dimmed in its original splendour, writes Dr. Beattie, its feudal air of strength and haughty defiance, and its sullen gloom of seclusion in an antique forest, is a subject peculiarly adapted for the pencil, and for exciting the imagination of the poet. Glamis Castle, or rather some portions of the magnificent old edifice, is one of immense antiquity. Indeed, it claims to be the most ancient inhabited castle in Scotland, but it has undergone, save in the central tower, manifold repairings and rebuildings. The first legend which lends historic importance to the place is that Duncan was there murdered by Macbeth, Thane of Glamis, even the very room in which the deed was done having been pointed out formerly, whilst in the armoury of the castle the sword and the shirt of mail worn by Macbeth are still shown. Local tradition points to the Hunter's Hill, an eminence overlooking the castle, as the spot where Malcolm II was attacked by the assassins. The Glamis estates first came into possession of the Lyon family in 1371 to 1372, when Sir John Lyon, feudal Baron of Fortivist, secretary and son-in-law to Robert II, received the grant of the lordship from that monarch. A long series of tragedies, we are informed, overgloomed the Lyons from the moment they brought to Glamis their lion cup, the original of Scott's Blessed Bear of Bradwardine, and a kind of family palladium like the look of Edenhall. Sir John Lyon, who was Great Chamberlain of Scotland, fell in a duel in 1383. His son, the grandson of King Robert II, married his cousin, another grandchild of the same monarch, and, unlike many inheritors of the estate, died a natural death. His son was raised to the dignity of the peerage in 1445 as Lord Glamis, and for some generations the Lyons lived and died in peace. The widow of the sixth Lord, Janet Douglas, a daughter of the Earl of Angus, together with her son Lord Glamis and other relatives, was indicted for attempting the life of King James V by witchcraft. Lady Glamis was found guilty on evidence afterwards confessed to have been fabricated, and, horrible to relate, was burned to death on the Castle Hill, Edinburgh in 1537. The son of this unfortunate lady, having been respited till of age, was, ultimately, released and restored to his honours and estates. In 1578, John, 8th Lord Glamis, was slain in an accidental encounter with the Lindsays, the hereditary enemies of his race. In the following century an earldom, first of Kinghorn, and then of Strathmore and Kinghorn, was conferred upon the ruler of Glamis. The grandson of the first earl was slain at Sheriffmuir in 1715, and his brother and successor, Charles, died on the 11th of May 1728, in consequence, say the peerages, of an accidental wound received in a scuffle. According to the common story, however, his death was brought about in a duel over the gaming table. One authority relates it thus, in All the Year Round. The old feud between the Lindsays and Lyons had so far healed over that the members of the two families dined and drank and diced together like fine old Scottish gentlemen as they were. According to local tradition, the play one night at Glamis was very high, and when its owner had lost all his money, he staked his estates, one after the other, against the victorious player. At last Glamis itself was set on the turn of a card, and lost. Then the head of the house, maddened by his losses, accused his guest of cheating. The reply was a blow. Swords were drawn, and after a few passes the victorious guest ran Lord Strathmore through the body. and thus sacrificed all his winnings. The Earl was really slain by James Carnegie of Finhaven. Thus far, the tradition is clear and comprehensible enough, but other legends put a very different complexion on it. There is a secret room in Glam's castle, and everybody knows, a room no mortal eye may behold, and the locality of which is known only to the possessor of the castle, his heir and his factor. This room is believed to have been the scene of a hideous gambling affair, and the hero of it was an Earl of Strathmore, said by William Howitt in his account of Glamis to have been Earl Beardy, whose portrait is at Abbotsford. Whoever the nobleman was, his name has been corrupted into that of Earl Patty by the Forfarshire peasantry, who, we are informed by Mr. Hugh MacLachlan, tell the following story of his misdeeds. Many, many years ago, when gentlemen got regularly drunk at dinner time and had to be carried to the bed by their servants, there reigned supreme at Glamis one Patty, known to fame as the Wild Earl of Strathmore. Earl Patty was notoriously good at all the vices, but his favourite vice was that of gambling. He would play Lord's Day or weekday, whatever day it was, and if he could find no one else to humour him in his fancy, he would hob and nob with the humblest menial within the castle walls. It happened once, on a dark and stormy November night, that Earl Patty had been wearied by his forced inactivity from horse and hound, for it was the Lord's Day, and that means complete abstinence from all worldly pursuits in bonny Scotland. And, at last, with oaths and curses, he called for a pack of cards, and comforted himself with the anticipation of a pleasant game. The ladies were at their devotions, so he called the servants to him, one by one, but never since the days of the feast in the New Testament were so many excuses invented to cover disinclination. Of all those who had humoured him so often, not one could be found, from the steward to the scullion, to take a hand with the wicked Earl. In desperation the chaplain was attacked, but he, too, proved temptation proof, and strengthened the rebellion among the menials by branding the pack of cards as devil's bricks, and hurling terrible anathemas at the head of any wight who should venture on so terrible a desecration of the Sabbath. For a time there was dire confusion and alarm in the castle, and at last Earl Patty, swearing tremendously, and consigning everybody around him to an unmentionable locality, seized a pack of cards and went growling away up the old oak stairs to his chamber, saying he would play with the Dale himself sooner than be thwarted in his desire. He had not sat long in the room before a knock came at the door, and a deep voice sounded from the corridor, asking the Earl if he wished a partner. "Yes," roared the Earl, "enter in the foul fiend's name, whoever you are." And with that there entered a tall, dark stranger, wholly wrapped up in a cloak, who nodded in a familiar manner to the Earl, and he took his seat on a vacant chair on the opposite side of the table. The Earl stared at his strange guest, and doubtless felt a momentary uneasiness as he remembered whom he had invited to play with him. But a look at the cards on the table reassured him, and they commenced the game in real earnest. The stranger, who did not remove his bonnet and cloak, proposed a high stake, and in reply the Earl said, if he were the loser and had not wherewith to discharge his debt, he would sign a bond for whatever his guest might choose to ask. Fast and furious became the game. Loud oaths resounded throughout the chamber, and the terrified menials crept up the corridor, wondering what brave man dared to bandy words with the wicked Earl, and who was sinful enough to hold his hand at the devil's bricks on the Lord's Day. As they fearfully listened, they could hear the fierce utterances of the Earl, and the fiercer and more unearthly utterances of the stranger, whose presence they were quite unable to account for. At last the old butler, who had served the family for 2 generations, ventured close to the chamber door and peeped through the keyhole. But no sooner had he done so than he fell back and rolled on the floor with a yell of agony that resounded to the remotest part of the castle. In an instant the door was rudely torn open, and the Earl came out with fury in his face, and told them to slay anyone who passed, while he went back to settle with his guest. But his guest was nowhere to be found. They searched the chamber through and through, but in vain. He was gone, and he had taken with him Earl Patty's bond, but what for the confused and startled Earl did not exactly know. Returning by the old butler, Earl Patty found him stunned and bruised, with a yellow circle round the erring eye, and then he told the terror-stricken menials that, as he sat at play, the stranger suddenly threw down his cards and said, with an oath, "Smite that eye," whereupon a sheet of flame darted directly to the keyhole, and the mysterious stranger disappeared. Earl Patty lived 5 years before he paid his bond, but afterwards, on every Sabbath evening, the old chamber was filled with strange noises that echoed throughout the passages, as if the wicked Earl and the dark stranger were again wrangling and swearing over the devil's bricks. For a time the unearthly noises were put up with, but at last the room was built up, and nothing now remains to tell where the chamber was where the Earl Patty and his fiery guest played their stormy game of cards. Such is the story, according to local tradition, of the secret room of Glamis Castle. William Howitt's version of this tradition is that the famous Earl Beardy, Earl of Crawford, of whom there is a portrait at Abbotsford, famous for his rebellion against James II of Scotland and popularly known as the Wicked Laird, was playing at cards in the castle and, being warned to give over, as he was losing dreadfully, swore an oath that he would play till the day of judgment, whereupon the devil suddenly made his appearance, and as sudden disappearance with old Beardy and all his company. The room has never been found again, but the people believe firmly that old Beardy and his company are playing on, and will play till the day of judgment, and that on stormy nights the players are heard stamping and swearing in their rage over their play. But other and deeper mysteries than that told of Earl Patty, or Beardy, hover about the ancient and majestic castle. Those frowning towers, grey with age and sombre with time, hold within their strong walls tales of almost unspeakable terror, and within their gloomy rooms, if rumours speak true, terrible tragedies that have been enacted. Glamis, which a well-known traveller describes as one of the finest specimens of feudal architecture now existing, and as combining in a striking manner the gloom of prison security with the grandeur of a palace, is not so supremely interesting to outsiders for its magnitude or magnificence, its historical connections or its melancholy associations, as for seemingly impenetrable mysteries that belongs to it. The local legend of Earl Patty or Beardy will not account for what has been seen and heard. In 1880, a contributor to All the Year Round, whilst disclaiming all sympathy with ghost stories or mysteries of any kind, and declaring himself to be an utter skeptic as to all assumed supernatural manifestations, gave 2 strange incidents as given to him on good authority. The first narrative is told thus. A lady, very well known in London society, an artistic and social celebrity, wealthy beyond all doubts of the future, and what is called a very cultivated and instructured, but clear-headed and perhaps slightly matter-of-fact woman, went to stay at Glamis Castle for the first time. She was allotted very handsome apartments, just on the point of junction between the new buildings, perhaps 100 or 200 years old, and the very ancient part of the castle. The rooms were handsomely furnished. No gaunt carvings grinned from the walls, no grim tapestry swung to and fro, making strange figures look still stranger by the flickering firelight. All was smooth, cosy, and modern, and the guest retired to bed without a thought of the mysteries of Glamis. In the morning she appeared at the breakfast table, quite cheerful and self-possessed. To the inquiry how she had slept, she replied, "Well, thanks, very well, up to 4 o'clock in the morning. But your Scottish carpenters seem to come to work very early. I suppose they put up their scaffolding quickly, though, for they are quiet now." This speech produced a dead silence, and the speaker saw with astonishment that the faces of members of the family were very pale. She was asked, as she valued the friendship of all there, never to speak to them on that subject again. There had been no carpenters at Glamis Castle for months past. This fact, whatever it may be worth, is absolutely established, so far as the testimony of a single witness can establish anything. The lady was awakened by a loud knocking and hammering, as if somebody were putting up a scaffold, and the noise did not alarm her in the least. On the contrary, she took it for an accident due to the presumed matutinal habits of the people. She knew, of course, that there were stories about Glamis, but had not the remotest idea that the hammering she had heard was connected with any story. She had regarded it simply as an annoyance, and was glad to get to sleep after an unrestful time, but had no notion of the noise being supernatural until informed of it at the breakfast table. To what particular event in the stormy annals of the Lyon family the hammering is connected is quite unknown, except to members of the family, but there is no lack of legends, possible and impossible, to account for any sights or sounds in the magnificent old feudal edifice. This same writer, after alluding to many of the tragic stories connected with Glamis, including the romantic episode of the renowned Bowes abduction case, proceeds to step into the dim borderland which separates tradition from fiction. It is said, remarks this authority, that once a visitor stayed at Glamis Castle for a few days, and, sitting up late one moonlight night, saw a face appear at the window opposite to him. The owner of the face, it was very pale, with great sorrowful eyes, appeared to wish to attract attention, but vanished suddenly from the window, as if plucked suddenly away by superior strength. For a long while the horror-stricken guest gazed at the window, in the hope that the pale face and great sad eyes would appear again. Nothing was seen at the window, but presently horrible shrieks penetrated even the thick walls of the castle, and rent the night air. An hour later, a dark huddled figure, like that of an old decrepit woman, carrying something in a bundle, came into the waning moonlight, and presently vanished. This writer hints at a very dreadful deed to explain the cause of the apparition, but, for some reason or the other, evades connecting the two tales by any intelligible method. He adds, however, that there is a more modern story of a stonemason, having been engaged at Glamis Castle on an important occasion, and having discovered, or been suspected of discovering, more than he should have, was supplied with a handsome competency upon the conditions that he emigrated, and preserved inviolable secrecy as to what he had learned. This writer continues, the employment of a stonemason is explained by the conditions under which the mystery is revealed to the successive heirs and factors. The abode of the dread secret is in a part of the castle, also haunted by the apparition of a bearded man who flits about at night, but without committing any other objectionable action. What connection, if any, the bearded spectre may have with the mystery is not even guessed. He hovers at night over the couches of children for an instant, and then vanishes. The secret itself abides in a room, a secret chamber, the very situation of which, beyond a general idea that it is in the most ancient part of the castle, is unknown. Where walls are 15 feet thick, it is not impossible to have a chamber so concealed that none but the initiated can guess its position. It was once attempted by a madcap party of guests to discover the locality of the secret chamber by hanging their towels out the window, and thus deciding in favour of any window from which no spotless banner waved. But this escapade, which is said to have been ill received by the most interested, ended in nothing but a vague conclusion that the old square tower must be the spot sought. It seems to have been forgotten by these harum-scarum mystery hunters that a secret chamber might well be like the curious places of concealment called priests' holes, so common in old English country houses, and the only mystery whereof is how the unfortunate hidden tenants could breathe in them. It is in the secret chamber of Glamis Castle that the mystery is revealed to the next heir, and to the new factor when one is appointed. This much is known beyond all possible doubt. It is also assumed from the stonemason story and the mysterious sounds frequently heard that the secret chamber is approached by a passage duly closed with masonry after every visit. This latter conclusion may or may not have been correct, but the existence of a mystery of some kind is concealed within a secret chamber is fairly well made out. No wonder that this writer asks, and many others repeat the question, what is this mystery? Of all the many attempted hypotheses, not one may be deemed conclusive, but few probable or even possible. It has been suggested, contrary to the proven facts, if proof were needed, that the beautiful and unfortunate Lady Glamis, the supposed witch, the victim of acknowledged perjury, who perished amid the flames on Castle Hill at Edinburgh, was actually in commerce with the evil one, and that her familiar demon, an embodied and visible fiend, endures unto this day shut from the light at Glamis Castle. Another wild suggestion is that owing to some hereditary curse, like those believed to rest on many well-known families, at certain intervals a kind of vampire is born into the family of the Strathmore Lyons. It is scarcely possible to destroy this monstrosity. It is, therefore, kept concealed till its term of life is run. But it might be remembered, even monsters need nourishment, and this secret chamber at Glamis is only visited once in a generation. Other theories and suggestions are equally unfortunate, and no probable solution of the mystery has yet been given. Thus far we have shown that strange sights and stranger sounds are reported upon good authority to have been seen and heard at Glamis. Moreover, it may be assumed that there is a family secret concealed within the depths of the old castle, and that the facts about it are never known to more than 3 persons. The 3 persons who have to hide within their bosoms this grim secret are the Earl of Strathmore for the time being, the heir apparent, if he have attained his majority, and the factor, or as he might be termed in England, the house steward. On the night before he attains his 21st birthday, the heir, who bears the courtesy title of Lord Glamis, is solemnly initiated in the terrible mystery by the reigning Earl and his factor, and this secret he has to preserve until the majority of his own son, or, if he remains sonless, till the coming of age of his heir presumptive, until the appointment of another factor to the property. Why the factor should be instructed in this terrible matter, says one of our authorities, is a question which has excited, and continues to excite, the Caledonian mind to a remarkable degree. If the office of factor were hereditary, there would be an apparent reason for taking such an important functionary into the family confidence. But this is not the case in Scotland as a rule. In fact, the balance of experience is very greatly on the other side. The factor is sometimes a poor relation of the great house, but frequently a retired officer or a country gentleman unconnected with his employers by ties of blood. There is nothing in the occupation of a factor greatly in excess of that of an agent, saving that he is resident on the property instead of living in the nearest large town. There is no reason why the connection between employer and factor should not be brought to an end at any time by individual or mutual dissatisfaction. There is, however, no record of any factor having disclosed any inkling of the mystery of Glamis. As a Strathmore succeeds. There is generally much talk of an old story being exploded at last. Gay gallants in lace ruffles, Venus, books, bloods and dandies have, until their 21st birthday, made light of the family mystery, and some have gone so far as to make after-dinner promises to hoist the old ghost with his own petard, and tell the whole stupid old story in the smoking room at night, after the coming-of-age humbug was all over. This promise has been made more than once, but it has never been kept. No heir to the Strathmore peerage has revealed the secret. On the morrow, when all looked for an explanation of the terrible mystery, they were met by a courteous but cold refusal, a simple statement that the fulfilment of the rash promise was impossible, a request to say no more about it, and thus the matter had ended. And so the mystery of Glamis Castle remains a mystery still. End of section 115.
Section 116 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by April 6090. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 116. Guildford Grammar School. At the conclusion of an entertaining paper entitled A Winter's Night with My Old Books, the late Albert Smith gives a short account of an apparition which appeared at Guildford Grammar School, and it's the more interesting from the fact that, having thrown discredit upon all the ghostly legends of the old writers, Lilly, Aubrey, Glanville, and the rest. Its writer adduces this as a story for which he can personally vouch. It originally appeared in Bentley's Miscellany, Volume 25, page 100, and was reprinted in Dead Leaves, a posthumous publication of the well-known popular entertainer and author. It should be pointed out, however, that in this latter work the initial of the youth who saw the spirit of the deceased huntsman is given as young M, instead of as young K, as given in the present narrative. I mentioned, remarks Albert Smith, that I had a ghost story, hitherto unpublished, to tell of Guilford. About 10 years ago, my brother was a pupil at the grammar school in that town. The boys had been sitting up all night in their bedroom for a frolic, and in the early morning one of them, young K, of Godalming, cried out, "Why, I'll swear there's the likeness of our old huntsman on his grey horse going across the whitewashed wall." The rest of the boys told him he was a fool, and that all had better think about going to sleep. After breakfast a servant came over from K's family to say that their old huntsman had been thrown from his horse and killed early that morning while staring the hounds. Albert Smith adds, leaving the reader to explain this strange story, which may be relied upon. I put my old books back on their shelves and lay aside my pen. End of section 116.
Section 117 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 117. Hampton Court. In the week's issue of All the Year Round for 22nd June, 1867, was published a paper entitled, Is It Possible? This communication is supposed to have been made by Dr. Fillmore. Whoever the author was, he refers to his mother as a daughter of Sir G. George P. Prescott of Theobald's Park, Herts, and in a note subjoined to the story by Dickens is alluded to as the esteemed writer. The story is in every way so curious, so startling, and so strongly vouched for, that it should be given in the narrator's own words, which are to this effect. Several years ago, the brother of Colonel C. was killed in battle, leaving a widow and one little girl. The widow subsequently married a German baron, and the little girl, Maud, was brought up entirely in Germany. The latter was almost 12 years old when her mother, being attacked with an illness that threatened to prove fatal, became very uneasy about the probable future of her child, and feeling, one evening, more depressed than usual, called the little Maud to her bedside, warned her that their parting was near, and enjoined the weeping girl to write immediately to Mrs. B., a friend of many years' standing, entreating her to come at once to receive her last embrace and take charge of her orphan child. Maud obeyed without delay, but the dying woman's eyes were not gladdened by the appearance of her friend. The summons had reached its destination, but the absence of her husband, without whom she felt unwilling to travel so far, had induced Mrs. B. to postpone her departure, consoling herself with the hope that her friend, being naturally of a nervous and desponding temperament, had somewhat magnified her own danger. Mrs. B. resided at Hampton Court, and here it was that, on the night of the 9th of November, a curious incident occurred. Retiring to her room between 11 and 12, she rang for her maid, and the latter not appearing as promptly as usual, went to her still open door to listen if she were coming. Opposite to her was a wide staircase, and up this came noiselessly a figure, which the lamp held by Mrs. B. showed to be that of a lady dressed in black, with white gloves. A singular tremor seized her. She could neither stir nor speak. Slowly the figure approached her, reached the landing, made a step forward, and seemed to cast itself on her neck. But no sensation accompanied the movement. The light fell from her hand. She uttered a shriek that alarmed the house, and fell senseless on the floor. On recovering, Mrs. B. related minutely what she had seen, her memory especially retaining the image of the white gloves. But nothing more than the usual unsatisfactory solutions were propounded, nor does it appear that the occurrence was at all associated with the dying Baroness in Germany. In a few days, however, came a letter from little Maud, announcing that her mother was no more, that her latest thoughts were directed to Mrs. B., and her sole regret was the not being permitted to embrace her before her spirit passed away. She had died a little before midnight on the 9th of November. Mrs. B. hastened to Germany to claim her orphan charge, and then was added a noteworthy confirmation of the vision. Little Maud, in one of their conversations, observed, "Mamma had a curious fancy. On the night she died, she made the Baron promise that she would be buried in her black satin dress with white kid gloves." The request had been complied with. End of section 117. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Section 118 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 118. Heath Old Hall. There are 3 halls at Heath, near Wakefield, but the one known as the Old Hall, at present occupied by Edward Green, Esquire, is that which bears the reputation of being haunted. It is a truly magnificent and palatial pile of buildings, and has been well described to us as one of the finest specimens remaining in Yorkshire of the Elizabethan period of architecture. The hall was built for John Kay of Dalton. The windows were formerly emblazoned with the arms of many of the chief nobility of England, but these have disappeared, such painted glass as there is there now having been brought over by some nuns, with whom, it is said, was a princess of Condé, who resided at the hall during the revolutionary troubles abroad. Mr. John Batty, to whom we are indebted for much of the following information, says the Kays were succeeded in possession of the old hall by William Witham, Esquire. This owner died in 1593, and it is not improbable that some peculiar circumstances which attended his disease and death first obtained for the place its curious reputation. His illness and its fatal termination were ascribed to demoniacal agency, and a poor woman of the neighborhood, named Mary Pennall, who lay under the suspicion of being a witch, was arrested and executed for the supposed crime at York. William Witham's son Henry dying without issue, Heath Old Hall became the property of his sister Mary, wife of Thomas Jobson of Cudworth, whose family had grown rich upon the plunder of abbey lands, another very potent reason for an uncanny fame being acquired by the race. Her first husband dying, Mary took for a second Thomas Bowles of Osberton, Nottinghamshire. Mary Bowles, whether for her loyalty or wealth is not stated, was created a baronetess of Scotland, with remainder to her heirs whatever by James I in 1635. If not a solitary, still a very rare instance of such a title having been conferred. Lady Bowles lived in great state at the old hall, and, after much wealth and prosperity, died there in 1662, when 83. Her interment did not take place until 6 weeks after her decease, she having assigned £120, a very much larger sum then than now, for keeping open house for all comers during that time. Her will, only signed the day before her death, besides containing a number of charitable bequests, legacies to relatives and friends, and £200 for the erection of her tomb, further provides for the funeral festivities as follows: I give all my fat beeves and fat sheep to be disposed of at the direction of my executors, whom I charge to perform it nobly, and really to bestow this, my gift and good provision, 2 hogshead of wine or more, as they shall see cause, and that several hogsheads of beer be taken care for, there being no convenience to brew. And my bedding being plundered from me, I desire that the chambers may be well furnished with beds, borrowed for the time, for the entertaining of such as shall be thought fit lodgers. Besides these arrangements, Lady Bowles left £700 to be expended in mourning, and £400 for funeral expenses, and charged her executors most earnestly to see her will exactly performed, adding that if any person interested in it obstructed them in any degree, he or she should forfeit all claim to any benefit from it. The old hall fell to the share of Sir William Dalston, in right of his wife Anne, daughter of Lady Bowles by her second husband, but, after changing hands more than once, passed by purchase to John Smith, Esquire, of Heath, from whom it descended to Captain Smith, of the Grenadier Guards, its present possessor. The hall and its environs, says Mr. John Batty, are beautifully described as Emilia Monterio, a ballad by Mr. W. H. Letham on a young Portuguese lady who lived with the nuns when they inhabited the hall some 60 years ago. But the grand feature about this magnificent old hall is that it is haunted, and by the apparition of Lady Bowles. Her ladyship is said to walk and disturb the neighbourhood, but her favourite resort is a fine banqueting room, with a splendid carved stone chimney-piece, upon which are the Witham arms. Hunter, the Yorkshire antiquarian, deems that the lady's restlessness in the grave may probably be connected with the romantic circumstances surrounding her father's death, whilst others think it due to the non-observance by her executors of certain clauses in her will. According to this latter account, the lady long walked in Heath Grove, till at length she was conjured down into a hole of the river near the hall, called to this day Bull's Pit. The spell, however, was not so powerful but that she still rises and makes a fuss now and then. A tradition, however, exists in Heath that a room in the edifice which she had walled up for a certain period, because large sums of money had been gambled away in it, was opened before the stipulated time expired, hence the restlessness of Lady Bowles. At any rate, even nowadays she is reported to be seen sometimes gliding along the passages of the house she once inhabited in the flesh, whilst servants in a neighbouring residence have refused to go out after dark, as they have repeatedly seen at dusk a tall woman dressed in antiquated style in the coach road of Heath Old Hall. One correspondent, as evidence of the general feeling of the neighbourhood about this time-honoured apparition, informs us that when at Ledsham, some time since, he was looking over the tomb in the north chancel, beneath which Lady Bowles lies buried, when 2 little lads whispered to him, "Don't go there, master, there's tall Lord." Anglesey, the devil. End of section 118. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 119 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jen Forget. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 119, Hinton Ampner Manor House. In the life of the Reverend Richard Barham, author of the Inglesby Legend, by his son, the Reverend R. H. Dalton Barham, some extraordinary particulars are given respecting the haunting of Hinton Ampner Manor House in Hampshire. Mr. Barham, who had recorded the story in his notebook for 1836, obtained the details from a Mrs. Hughes, who derived them originally from Mrs. Gwynn, a personal witness of the wonders referred to. The latter lady's account was subsequently confirmed by several persons, including the late Duchess of Buckingham, a resident of the neighborhood. The story, as told by Mrs. Hughes, says the Reverend Dalton Barham, though substantially accurate as to incidents, contained some important errors in the respect of the dramatis personae. These were, I regret, reproduced in the second edition of my father's life. I have now, however, thanks to the kindness of certain members of the family mainly interested, the means of correcting them, and of presenting an authentic account of the haunted house in Hampshire. Mr. Barham then proceeds to narrate the events connected with the presumed supernatural manifestations at Hinton Ampner, and his account we shall chiefly follow, correcting and amplifying it where necessary from the voluminous notes and affidavits cited in the Gentleman's Magazine for November and December 1872, to which periodical the whole affair was communicated under the title A Hampshire Ghost Story. Mrs. Ricketts, the lady chiefly concerned with the following narrative, was a woman of aristocratic connections. Her brother was the famous Admiral Jervis, afterwards Earl St. Vincent, and other members of her family held high positions in church and state. Her husband, William Henry Ricketts, a bencher of Gray's Inn, was a West Indian landowner, and it was during a somewhat lengthy visit which he paid to his estates in Jamaica that Mrs. Ricketts resided, with her 3 infant children and servants, in the old manor house of Hinton Ampner, near Alresford, in Hampshire. Previous to recounting particulars of the series of strange sights and sounds, the effects of which rendered Mrs. Ricketts' continued occupation in the old manor house an impossibility, it should be premised that the lady, according to all accounts, was a woman of remarkable vigor, both physical and mental. The coolness and courage with which Mrs. Ricketts endured for so long a period the disturbances at the old Hampshire residence certainly speaks strongly in favor of her good sense, and her physical capacity may not inaptly be gauged by the fact that she preserved her intellectual powers unimpaired to the advanced age of 91. Her second son, Edward Jervis, who succeeded his elder brother as Viscount St. Vincent, it may be mentioned, was 92 when he died. He is said to have inherited the fine and powerful intellect of his mother. The mansion of Hinton Ampner, where in 1771 Mrs. Ricketts took up her residence, had for many generations been in possession of the Stukely family, and on the death of Sir Hugh Stukely, the last male heir, passed, by right of his wife, to Edward, Lord Stawell. On the evening of April 2nd, 1755, this nobleman, whilst sitting in the little parlour at Hinton, died suddenly of apoplexy, after having articulated a few words. For the next 10 years, the house, now become the property of the Right Honourable Henry Bilson Legge, husband of Lord Stawell's daughter, was left chiefly in the occupation of servants, Mr. Legge only visiting it for a month or so during the shooting season. At his death in 1764, his widow let it to Mr. Ricketts. For some time prior to the arrival of the new tenants, the house seems to have been gradually acquiring an evil reputation. Strange sounds were said to have been heard in it, and strange sights seen. In particular, it was asserted that the figure of a gentleman in a drab-colored coat, standing in the moonlight, with his hands behind him, after the manner of the late Lord Stawell, was seen by a groom, and recognized by him as that of his deceased master. These reports, however, do not seem to have reached the ears of either Mr. or Mrs. Ricketts, although they had not long been settled at Hinton before their attention was aroused by certain noises which they themselves heard in the night, as of persons opening and shutting doors with violence. Mr. Ricketts frequently went round the house in the hope of detecting the offenders, but failing in his efforts to discover the cause of these disturbances, and supposing some ill-disposed persons possessed keys which gave them admission to the house, he had all the locks changed, but with no better result, The noises were repeated from time to time, yet apparently without causing any great annoyance to the family. Towards the close of 1769, Mr. Ricketts was called away to Jamaica, and his wife, who was not only a woman of remarkable vigor, both physical and mental, but whose good sense had acquired additional strength under the training of the learned Nicholas Tyndall, determined to remain at home with her 3 infant children. There were also in the house 8 servants, all of whom, it is to be observed, left it from various causes in the course of the following year, and were replaced by others. Soon after the departure of Mr. Ricketts, the disturbances became more serious. The servants got frightened. Mrs. Ricketts herself, among other inexplicable sounds, frequently heard the rustling of silk clothes and the steps of someone walking in the adjoining room or lobby. On one occasion, she plainly distinguished the tread of a man walking heavily toward the foot of her bed. Here it will be as well to furnish some extracts from the account drawn up by Mrs. Ricketts herself of the extraordinary affair. About 6 months after we came thither, is Mrs. Ricketts' personal record, Elizabeth Brailsford, nurse to our eldest son Henry, then about 8 months old, was sitting by him when asleep in the room over the pantry, appropriated for the nursery, and being a hot summer's evening, the door was open that faces the entrance into the yellow bedchamber, which, with the adjoining dressing-room, was the apartment usually occupied by the lady of the house. She was sitting directly opposite to this door, and plainly saw, as she afterwards related, a gentleman in a drab-colored suit of clothes go into the yellow room. She was in no way surprised at the time, but on the housemaid, Molly Newman, coming up with her supper, she asked what strange gentleman had come. Upon the other answering there was no one, she related what is already described, and desired her fellow servant to accompany her to search the room. This they did immediately, without any appearance of what she had seen. She was much concerned and disturbed, and she was thoroughly assured that she could no ways be deceived, the light being sufficient to distinguish any object clearly. In some time after it was mentioned to me. I treated it as the effect of fear or superstition, to which the lower class of people are so prone, and it was entirely obliterated from my mind till the late astonishing disturbances brought to my recollection this and other previous circumstances. In the autumn of the same year, George Turner, the son of the gardener of that name, who was then groom, crossing the great hall to go to bed, saw at the other end a man in a drab-colored coat, whom he concluded to be the butler who wore such colored clothes, he being lately come and his livery not made. As he passed immediately upstairs to the room where all the men servants lay, he was in great astonishment to find the butler and the other men servants in bed. Thus the person he had seen in the hall remained unaccounted for. Like the same person before described by the nurse, and George Turner, now living, avers these particulars in the same manner he first related them. In the month of July, 1767, about 7 in the evening, there were sitting in the kitchen Thomas Wheeler, postilion, Ann Hall, my own woman, Sarah, waiting woman to Mrs. Mary Ponitz, and Dame Lacey. The other servants were out, excepting the cook, then employed in washing up her things in the scullery. The persons in the kitchen heard a woman come downstairs, and along the passage leading towards them, whose clothes rustled, as of the stiffest silk, and on their looking that way, the door standing open, a female figure rushed past, and out of the door as they conceived. Their view of her was imperfect, but they plainly distinguished a tall figure in dark-colored clothes. Dame Brown, the cook, instantly coming in, this figure passed close by her, and instantly disappeared. She described the person and drapery as before mentioned, and they all united in astonishment who or what this appearance could be, and their surprise was heightened when a man, coming directly through the yard and into the house the way she went out, on being asked who the woman was he met, declared he had seen no one. Some time after Mr. Ricketts left me, continues the lady, I, then lying in the bedroom over the kitchen, heard frequently the noise of someone walking in the room within, and the rustling, as of silk clothes, against the door that opened into my room, sometimes so loud and of such continuance as to break my rest. Instant search being often made, we never could discover any appearance of human or brute being. Repeatedly disturbed in the same manner, I made it my constant practice to search the room and closets within, and to secure the only door that led from the room on the inside in such a manner as to be certain no one could gain entrance without passing through my own apartment, which was always made fast by a drawbolt on the door. Yet this precaution did not preclude the disturbance, which continued with little interruption. Mrs. Ricketts then proceeds to furnish the names and various other particulars of the different domestics she had employed during her residence at the old manor house, remarking, "I mention these changes among my domestics, though in themselves unimportant, to evince the impossibility of a confederacy, for the course of nearly 7 years, and with a succession of different persons, so that at the time of my leaving Hinton I had not one servant that had lived with me at my first going thither, nor for some time afterwards. In the summer of 1770, one night that I was lying in the yellow bedchamber, the same I have mentioned that the person in drab-colored clothes was seen to enter. I had been in bed half an hour, thoroughly awake, and without the least terror or apprehension on my spirits. I plainly heard the footsteps of a man, with plodding step, walking towards the foot of my bed. I thought the danger too near to ring my bell for assistance, but sprang out of bed, and in an instant was in the nursery opposite, and with Hannah Streeter and a light I returned to search for what I had heard, but all in vain. There was a light burning in the dressing room within, as usual, and there was no door or means of escape save the one that opened to the nursery. This alarm perplexed me more than any preceding, being within my own room, the footsteps as distinct as I ever heard, myself perfectly awake and collected. I had nevertheless resolution to go to bed alone in the same room, and did not form any conclusion as to the cause of this very extraordinary disturbance. For some months afterward I did not hear any noise that particularly struck my attention, till in November of the same year, I then being removed to the chintz bedroom over the hall, as a warmer apartment, I once or twice heard sounds of harmony, and one night in particular I heard 3 distinct and violent knocks, as given with a club or something very ponderous, against a door below stairs. It occurred to me that housebreakers must be forcing into some apartment, and I immediately rang my bell. No one hearing the summons, and the noise ceasing, I thought no further of it at the time. After this, and in the beginning of the year 1771, I was frequently sensible of a hollow murmuring that seemed to possess the whole house. It was independent of wind, being equally heard on the calmest nights, and it was a sound I had never been accustomed to hear. On the morning of the 27th February, when Elizabeth Godin came into my room, I inquired what weather. She replying in a very faint tone, I asked if she were ill. She said she was well, but had never in her life been so terrified as during the preceding night, that she had heard the most dismal groans and fluttering round her bed most of the night, that she had got up to search the room and up the chimney, and though it was a bright moonlight, she could not discover anything. I did not pay much attention to her account, but it occurred to me that should anyone tell her it was the room formerly occupied by Mrs. Parfait, the old housekeeper, she would be afraid to lie there again. Mrs. Parfait dying a few days before at Kilmston, was brought and interred in Hinton churchyard the evening of the night this disturbance happened. That very day 5 weeks, being the 2nd of April, I waked between 1 and 2 o'clock, as I found by my watch, which, with a rushlight, was on a table close to my bedside. I lay thoroughly awake for some time, and then heard 1 or more persons walking to and fro in the lobby adjoining. I got out of bed and listened at the door for the space of 20 minutes, in which time I distinctly heard the walking, with the addition of a loud noise, like pushing strongly against a door. Being thus assured my senses were not deceived, I determined to ring my bell, to which I had before much reluctance, on account of disturbing the nursery maid, who was very ill of a fever. Elizabeth Godin, during her illness, lay in the room with my sons, and came immediately on hearing my bell. Thoroughly convinced there were persons in the lobby, before I opened my door, I asked her if she saw no one there. On her replying in the negative, I went out to her, examined the window, which was shut, looked under the couch, the only furniture of concealment there. The chimney board was fastened, and when removed, all was clear behind it. She found the door into the lobby shut, as it was every night. After this examination I stood in the middle of the room, pondering with much astonishment, when suddenly the door that opened into the little recess leading to the yellow apartment sounded as if played to and fro by a person standing behind it. This was more than I could bear unmoved. I ran into the nursery and rang the bell there that goes to the men's apartments. Robert Camus came to the door at the landing place, which door was every night secured so that no person could get to that floor unless through the windows. Upon opening the door to Robert, I told him the reason. I had to suppose that someone was entrenched behind the door before I mentioned, and, giving him a light and arming him with a billet of wood, myself and Elizabeth Godin waited the event. Upon opening the door, there was not any being whatever, and the yellow apartment was locked, the key hanging up, and a great bolt drawn across the outside door, as usual, when not in use. There was then no further retreat or hiding place. After dismissing Robert and securing the door, I went to bed in my son's room, and about half an hour afterwards heard 3 distinct knocks, as described before. They seemed below, but I could not then or ever after ascertain the place. The next night I lay in my own room. I now and then heard noises, and frequently the hollow murmur. On the 7th of May, exactly the day 5 weeks from the 2nd of April, this murmur was uncommonly loud. I could not sleep, apprehending it to the prelude to some greater noise. I got up and went to the nursery, stayed there till half an hour past 3, and then being daybreak, I thought I should get some sleep in my own apartment. I returned and lay till 10 minutes before 4, and then the great hall door directly under me was slapped to with the utmost violence, so as to shake my room perceivably. I jumped out of bed to the window that commands the porch. There was a light to distinguish every object, but none to be seen that could account for what I had heard. Upon examining the door, it was found fast locked and bolted as usual. From this time, I determined to have my woman lie in a little bed in my room. The noises grew more frequent, and she was always sensible of the same sounds, and much in the same direction as they struck me. Harassed and perplexed, I was yet very unwilling to divulge my embarrassment. I had taken every method to investigate the cause, and could not discover the least appearance of trick. On the contrary, I became convinced it was beyond the power of any mortal agent to perform. But knowing how exploded such opinions were, I kept them in my own bosom, and hoped my resolution would enable me to support whatever might befall. After midsummer, the noises became every night more intolerable. They began before I went to bed, and with intermissions were heard till after broad day in the morning. I could frequently distinguish inarticulate sounds, and usually a shrill female voice would begin, and then 2 others with deeper and manlike tone seemed to join in the discourse. Yet though this conversation sounded as if close to me, I never could distinguish words. I have often asked Elizabeth Godin if she heard any noise, and of what sort. She is often described as seeming conversation in the manner I have related, and other noises. One night in particular, my bed curtains rustled, and sounded as if dragged by a person walking against them. I then asked her if she heard any noise, and of what kind. She spoke of it exactly in the manner I have done. Several times I heard sounds of harmony within the room, no distinct or regular notes, but a vibration of harmonious tones. Walking, talking, knocking, opening and slapping of doors were repeated every night. My brother, Captain John Jervis, afterwards Earl St. Vincent, who had not long before returned from the Mediterranean, had been to stay with me, yet so great was my reluctance to relate anything beyond the bounds of probability, that I could not bring myself to disclose my embarrassed situation to the friend and brother who could most essentially serve and comfort me. The noises continuing in the same manner when he was with me, I wished to learn if he had heard them, and one morning I carelessly said, "I was afraid last night the servants would disturb you, and rang my bell to order them to bed." He replied he had not heard them. The morning after, he left me to return to Portsmouth. About 3 o'clock, in daylight, Elizabeth Godin and myself both awake. She had been sitting up in bed, looking round her, expecting, as she always did, to see something terrible. I heard with infinite astonishment the most loud, deep, tremendous noise, which seemed to rush and fall with infinite velocity and force on the lobby floor adjoining to my room. I started up and called to Godin, "Good God, did you hear that noise?" She made no reply. On repeating the question, she answered with a faltering voice. She was so frightened, she scarce durst speak. Just that instant we heard a shrill and dreadful shriek, seeming to proceed from under the spot where the rushing noise fell, and repeated 3 or 4 times, growing fainter as it seemed to descend, till it sank into earth. Hannah Streeter, who lay in the room with my children, heard the same noises, and was so appalled she lay for 2 hours, almost deprived of sense and motion. Having heard little of the noises proceeding, and that little she did not regard, she had rashly expressed a wish to hear more of them, and from that night till she quitted the house there was scarce a night passed that she did not hear the sound, as if some person walked towards her door and pushed against it, as though attempting to force it open. This alarm, so more than commonly horrible, determined me to impart the whole series to my brother on his return to Hinton, expected in a week. The frequency of the noises, harassing to my rest, and getting up often at unreasonable hours, fixed a slow fever and deep cough. My health was much impaired, but my resolution firm. I remained in anxious expectation of my brother, and he being detained a week longer at Portsmouth than he had foreseen, it occurred to me to endeavor, by changing my apartment, to obtain a little rest. I removed to that formerly occupied by Elizabeth Godin. I did not mention my intention till 10 at night, when the room was prepared, and I went to bed soon after. I had scarce lain down when the same noises surrounded me that I had before related, and I mentioned the circumstance of change in my room without previous notice to prove the impossibility of a plan of operations being so suddenly conveyed to another part of the house, were they such as human agents could achieve. The week following, I was comforted by the arrival of my brother. However desirous to impart the narrative, I yet forebode till the next morning. I wished him to enjoy a night's rest, and therefore contented myself with preparing him to hear on the morrow the most astonishing tale that ever assailed his ears, and that he must summon all his trust of my veracity to meet my relation. He replied it was scarce possible for me to relate any matter he could not believe, little divining the nature of what I had to offer to his faith. The next morning I began my narrative, to which he attended with mixed surprise and wonder. Just as I had finished, Captain Luttrell, our neighbour at Kilmston, chancing to call, induced my brother to impart the whole to him, who in a very friendly manner offered to unite his endeavours to investigate the cause. It was then agreed he should come late in the evening, and divide the night watch between them, keeping profoundly secret that there was any such intention. My brother took the precaution, accompanied by his own servant, John Bolton, to go into every apartment, particularly those on the first and attic story, examined every place of concealment, and saw each door fastened, save those to chambers occupied by the family. This done, he went to bed in the room over the servants' hall. Captain Luttrell and my brother's man with arms sat up in the chintz room adjoining, and my brother was to be called on any alarm. I lay that night in Elizabeth Godin's room, and the children in the nurseries. Thus every chamber on that floor was occupied. I bolted and locked the door that opened to that floor from the back stairs, so there was no entrance unless through the room where Captain Luttrell kept watch. So soon as I lay down, I heard a rustling, as of a person close to the door. I ordered Elizabeth Godin to sit up for a while, and if the noise continued, to go and acquaint Mr. Luttrell. She heard it, and instantly Mr. Luttrell's room door was thrown open, and we heard him speak. I must now give his account, as related to my brother and myself the next morning. He said he heard the footsteps of a person walking across the lobby, that he instantly threw the door open and called, "Who goes there?" That something flitted past him, when my brother directly called out, "Look against my door." He was awake, and heard what Mr. Luttrell had said, and also the continuance of the same noise till it reached his door. He arose and joined Mr. Luttrell. Both astonished, they heard various other noises, examined everywhere, found the staircase door fast secured as I had left it. I lay so near, and had never closed my eyes. No one could go to that door unheard. My brother and his man proceeded upstairs, and found the servants in their own rooms, and all doors closed, as they had seen just before. They sat up together, my brother and Mr. Luttrell, till break of day, when my brother returned to his own chamber. About that time, as I imagined, I heard the chintz room door opened and slammed to with the utmost violence, and immediately that of the hall chamber opened and shut in the same manner. I mentioned to Godin my surprise that my brother, who was ever attentive not to alarm or disturb the children, should hazard both by such vehement noise. An hour after, I heard the house door open and slam in the same way, so as to shake the house. No one person was then up, for, as I had never slept, I heard the servants rise and go down about half an hour afterwards. When we were assembled at breakfast, I observed the noise my brother had made with the doors. Mr. Luttrell replied, "I assure you, Jervis made not the least noise. It was your door and the next I heard open and slapped in the way you describe." My brother did not hear either. He afterwards acknowledged to me that when gone to bed, and Mr. Luttrell and I were sitting below, he heard dreadful groans and various noises that he was then and after unable to account for. His servant was at that time with mine below. Captain Luttrell declared the disturbances of the preceding night were of such a nature that the house was an unfit residence for any human being. My brother, though more guarded in his expressions, concurred in that opinion, and the result of our deliberations was to send an express to Mr. Sainsbury, Lady Hillsborough's steward, to request he would come over immediately on a very particular occasion, with which he would be made acquainted on his arrival. Unluckily, Mr. Sainsbury was confined with the gout, and sent over his clerk, a youth of 15, to whom we judged it useless and improper to divulge the circumstances. My brother sat up every night of the week he then passed at Hinton. In the middle of one of those nights, I was surprised with the sound of a gun or pistol let off near me, immediately followed by groans, as of a person in agonies or expiring, that seemed to proceed between my chamber and the next, the nursery. I sent Godin to Nurse Horner to ask if she had heard any noise. She had not. Upon my inquiry the next morning of my brother, he had not heard it, though the report and groans were loud and deep. Several instances occurred where very loud noises were heard by one or two persons, when those equally near and in the same direction were not sensible of the least impression. As the watching every night made it necessary for my brother to gain rest in the day, he usually lay down after dinner. During one of these times he was gone to rest. I had sent the children and their attendants out to walk, the dairymaid gone to milk, the cook in the scullery, my own woman with my brother's man sitting together in the servants' hall. I, reading in the parlor, heard my brother's bell ring with great quickness. I ran to his room, and he asked me if I had heard any noise, because, said he, as I was lying wide awake, an immense weight seemed to fall through the ceiling to the floor, just by that mahogany press, and it is impossible I should be deceived. His man was by this time come up, and said he was sitting underneath the room, as I before mentioned, and heard not the least noise. The inquiry and attention my brother devoted to investigate this affair was such as, from the reach of his capacity and ardent spirit, might be expected. The result was his earnest request that I would quit the place, and when obliged to return to Portsmouth, that I would permit him to send Mr. Nichols, his lieutenant of marines, and an old friend of the family, to continue till my removal with me. One circumstance is of a nature so singularly striking that I cannot omit to relate it. In one of our evening conversations on this wonderful train of disturbances, I mentioned a very extraordinary effect I had frequently observed in a favorite cat that was usually in the parlor with me, and when sitting on table or chair with accustomed unconcern, she would suddenly slink down, as if struck with the greatest terror, conceal herself under my chair, and put her head close to my feet. In a short space of time, she would come forth quite unconcerned. I had not long given him this account before it was verified to him in a striking manner. We neither then, nor I at other times, perceived the least noise that could give alarm to the animal, nor did I ever perceive the like effect before these disturbances, nor afterwards, when she was removed with me to another habitation. The servants gave the same account of a spaniel that lived in the house, but to that, as I did not witness, I cannot testify. Various causes, as Mr. Barham records, were assigned in the neighborhood for these supernatural visitations. The most popular reason was that which connected the late Lord Staywell, a notorious evil liver, with the manifestations. He had had in his employment as a bailiff a certain Isaac Mackerel, a man with a remarkably hoarse guttural voice, and one who is declared to have been well, or rather ill known as a pander to his master's vices. Although Mackerel had been detected in robbing his master, he was retained in his service, having evidently some private hold upon him. There had resided in the manor house with Lord Staywell a younger sister of his deceased wife, and it was rumored a guilty intrigue had been carried on between these two. Though no child was known positively to have been born, strong suspicions had been entertained on that score by the village gossips. The lady died at Hinton in 1754. In the year following, Lord Staywell, as has been said, expired in a fit of apoplexy, and some time after the steward was killed by the fall of a faggot stack. Mrs. Ricketts and her friends endeavored to trace out the origin of these rumors, but without much success. One day, indeed, an old man living in the poorhouse at Westmeath came to her, and said that his wife had often related to him that in her younger days a carpenter had told her that he was once sent for by Sir Hugh Stukely, and directed by him to take up some boards in the lobby, and that Sir Hugh had concealed something which he, the carpenter, conceived was treasure. Some investigation appears to have been made in consequence of this communication, but nothing came of it. £60 reward was offered by Lady Staywell for the discovery of the cause of the disturbances, and this offer Mr. Ricketts, on his return to England, increased to 100, but no claim was ever made for the money. Meanwhile, Mrs. Ricketts was removed to Wolvesey, the palace of the Bishop of Winchester, with whom she was connected by marriage. After her removal, the people left in charge complained of some annoyances, but the manifestations do not appear to have been so frequent nor so terrifying. Eventually the manor house was let to a Mr. Lawrence, who forbade the servants saying a word about the disturbances, under penalty of losing their places. Notwithstanding this judicious rule, rumors were still propagated, and it was stated that once, when the housemaid was standing in the lobby, a female figure rushed past and disappeared. Mr. Lawrence brought his family with him to Hinton, but doubtless the manifestations were too much for them. He only stayed in the house for a year, and then left it suddenly. After this, the manor house was never occupied. In 1797 it was pulled down, and under the floor of the lobby there was found a box containing bones and what was said to be the skull of a monkey. No regular inquiry was made into the matter, and no professional opinion was ever sought as to the real character of the relic. The only person thought able to throw any light upon the mystery was an old woman who had been housekeeper in Lord Staywell's time. On her deathbed, she expressed a desire to make a confession to a member of the Jervis family, but unfortunately she expired before the lady summoned could arrive. It is declared that the subject was always a very sore one with the first Lord St. Vincent, and that any allusion to it commonly brought down a rebuke upon anyone who ventured to make it. End of section 119.
Section 120 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 120, Ince Hall. Ince Hall, famous as being connected with one of the most curious beliefs in existence, is an ancient Lancashire dwelling. In Roby and Wilkinson's popular Lancashire Legends, this old hall is described as one of those curious half-timbered mansions which are now becoming rare in this country. Its 6 sharply pointed gables and its long ranges of mullion-pointed windows give it an imposing appearance from a distance, and on a nearer approach, the remains of a moat are visible, which proves that it had once possessed means of defence. The estate connected with the hall belonged to the Gerards for upwards of 700 years, the owners being descended from Walter Fitzorth, Castellan of Windsor. At the time when Domesday Book was compiled, his son William adopted the surname of de Windsor, but another son, Gerard, was contented to bear his ordinary patronymic, and became the ancestor of the Gerards of Burn, now represented by Sir Robert Gerard of Guardswood Hall. About the year 1368, John, the third son of Sir Peter Gerard of Burn, married Ellen, daughter and sole heiress of Richard de Ince, the representative of a very ancient family, dating very nearly, if not quite, from the Conquest. In consequence of this marriage, the township of Ince passed to the Gerards, who, for many succeeding generations, resided at the old hall. The tradition connected with the building now known as Ince Hall, which mansion was not erected till the reign of James I, is thus related in the Lancashire legends. There is a story of a wrong attaching to Ince Hall, which has given rise to the legend of the Dead Hand. One of its early possessors lay on his deathbed, and a lawyer was sent for at the last moment to make his will. Before he reached him, the man was dead. In this dilemma, it was determined to try the effect of a dead man's hand on the corpse, and the attorney's clerk was sent for one to Burn Hall in all haste. The body of the dead man was rubbed with the holy hand, and it was asserted that he revived sufficiently to sign his will. After the funeral, a daughter of the deceased produced a will, which was not signed, leaving the property to his son and daughter. But the lawyer soon produced another will, signed by the dead hand, which conveyed all the property to himself. The son quarrelled with the attorney, and after wounding him, as he supposed mortally, he left the country, and was never heard of more. The daughter also disappeared, but no one knew how or when. After many years, the gardener turned up a skull in the garden with his spade, and the secret was revealed. When this took place, the hall had long been uninhabited, for the murdered daughter's ghost hung suspended in the air before the dishonest lawyer wherever he went. It is said that he spent the remainder of his days in Wigan, the victim of remorse and despair. There is a room in the hall which is said to be haunted by the ghost of a young lady, and her shadowy form is frequently seen by the passers-by, hovering over the spot where her remains were buried. The Dead Hand. The Dead Hand, or the Holy Hand, as it is sometimes styled, alluded to in the foregoing tradition, is the centre around which quite a galaxy of marvellous tales have gathered. It is known to have belonged to Father Edmund Arrowsmith, a Jesuit who suffered the extreme penalty of the law at Lancashire on the 28th August 1628. The cause of Father Arrowsmith's trial and execution has been variously stated, certain sceptical persons alleging that he had been found guilty of some foul crime, and that the tale of his martyrdom for the sake of his faith, and the miracles which attest his sanctity, have been invented for the purpose of preventing scandal in the church. The onus probandi lies, of course, with them, and until these unbelievers in miraculous intervention can adduce any evidence on behalf of their allegations, there does not appear to be any reason for refusing to accept the testimony of the Catholics, which is to the following effect. Arrowsmith was born at Haydock, in the parish of Winwick, Lancashire, in 1585. In 1605 he entered the Jesuit college at Douay, and in 1612 was ordained priest. The next year he was sent on a mission to England, and in 1623 was apprehended and taken to Lancashire on a charge of being a Romish priest, contrary to the laws in that case made and provided. He was tried for this offence, found guilty, sentenced to death, and executed. After his body was cut down, one of his friends, or, as other accounts say, his spiritual attendant, cut off his right hand, in compliance with his dying injunctions, and to fulfill his dying promise that he should work miraculous cures on those who had faith in its efficacy. For many years the hand was kept at Burn Hall, and when that ancient edifice was demolished, it was removed to Goswood Hall, Sir Robert Gerard's residence. Ultimately, it was placed in the Catholic chapel at Ashton in Macclesfield, where it is now in custody of the priest. This holy relic, by which so many miraculous cures have been wrought, is most carefully preserved in a white silk bag. We have before us an account of a case which occurred in August 1872. A woman named Catherine Collins was sent to the Wigan workhouse, a wholly destitute. She had been sitting all day on a doorstep after having come out of the workhouse at Salford on leave, and walked all the way from that town to Macclesfield, in order to have the holy hand applied to her side, which was paralyzed. When her case came before the Wigan Board of Guardians, Mr. Clark, one of the guardians for Ashton, informed the board that hundreds of persons visited the township on a similar errand to that of this paralytic woman. End of section 120.
Section 121 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lorraine Kearney. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram, Section 121, Jedburgh Castle. Even the ruins of this ancient border fortress have disappeared, and its site is, or was recently, occupied by a large prison. But time was in Scottish history that Jedburgh boasted of an important and even magnificent castle that was the favourite residence of royalty. William the Lion and Alexander II often graced it with their regal presence, but it was left to Alexander III to still further enhance its glory and carry its splendour to its highest pitch. The childless monarch, having determined upon marrying again, ordered the wedding festival to be kept at Jedburgh, and there in October 1285 he was united in marriage to Yolande, or as some style her, Joletta, daughter of the Count of Dreux. Notwithstanding the high character borne by King Alexander and the universal festivity and jollification, melancholy forebodings were not wanting on the occasions of this wedding. The hilarity, indeed, of the royal host and his guests was destroyed, or at all events overshadowed by a circumstance by many deemed supernatural, and of which no explanation has ever yet been afforded. The occurrence appears to have given Edgar Poe a hint, which he expanded into the tale, if such it may be termed, of the Masque of the Red Death. Whilst the wedding revelry was at its height, a figure was suddenly observed by the startled guests, gliding through their midst. In the poet's imaginative words, the figure is described as tall and gaunt, and shrouded from head to foot in the habiliments of the grave. The mask which concealed the visage was made so nearly to resemble the countenance of a stiffened corpse that the closest scrutiny must have had difficulty in detecting the cheat. "Who dares," he makes the royal host demand, "insult us with this blasphemous mockery? Seize him and unmask him, that we may know whom we have to hang at sunrise from the battlements." At first, as he spoke, there was a slight rushing movement of the group of pale courtiers in the direction of the intruder, but from a certain nameless awe with which the mad assumption of the mummer had inspired the whole party, there was found none who put forth hand to seize him, so that while the vast assembly, as if with one impulse, shrank from the centre of the room to the walls, he made his way, uninterruptedly, but with the same solemn and measured step which had distinguished him from the first. Ultimately, the revellers take courage, and seizing the mummer, whose tall figure stood erect and motionless, they gasped in unutterable horror at finding the grave cerements and corpse-like mask, which they handled with so violent a rudeness, untenanted by any tangible form. Less terrifying, yet not the less suggestive, are the lines of Heywood, Hierarchy of the Blessed Angels, when recounting the ill-omened tale. In the mid-revels, the first ominous night of their espousals, when the moon shone bright with lighted tapers, the king and queen leading the curious measures, lords and ladies treading the self-same strains, the king looks back by chance, and spies a strange intruder fill the dance, namely a mere anatomy quite bare, his naked limbs both without flesh and hair, as we decipher death, who stalks about, keeping true measure till the dance be out. Nothing further is known of this spectral appearance, which had glided so suddenly into the midst of the startled revellers, and had as suddenly and as mysteriously vanished. But everyone felt that it was the portent of some great approaching calamity. Thomas the Rhymer, the famous seer and prophet, informed the Earl of March, in the presence of several persons, that the 16th of March should be the stormiest day that ever was witnessed in Scotland. The day came clear and mild, and the scoffers laughed the prophecy to scorn, when suddenly came the news that the king was dead. "That is the storm which I meant," said Thomas, "and there was never tempest which will bring more ill luck to Scotland." The seer was right. Alexander III, riding in the dusk between Burnt Island and Kinghorn, was thrown from his horse over a precipice and killed in his 45th year, a few months after his marriage. When the sad news spread, causing distraction among the people and civil war between the claimants to the vacant throne, many thought of the dire omen which had appeared at the king's wedding, and deemed that it had been sent to betoken his speedy and premature death. End of section 121.
Section 122 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 122. London, Brook Street. In a work by Mr. H. Spicer, entitled Strange Things Among Us, is related the story we are about to narrate, but with the names of all the persons and places suggested by initial letters only. After no little trouble, we have succeeded in identifying the names implied, and now give the tale in a completed condition. It is stated to have been communicated to the writer by a friend of Lady Clark, from whose own lips the story had been received. One morning, some years since, the wife of a distinguished London physician was in bed at her house in Brook Street. It was daylight, and she was broad awake. The door opened, but Lady Clark, concluding that it was her maid entering, did not raise her head until a remarkable-looking figure passed between her bed and the window, walked up to the fireplace, when, reflected in the mirror which hung above, Lady Clark recognized the features of her stepson, Dr. John Forbes Clark, then attached to a foreign embassy. He wore a long night-dress and carried something on his arm. "Good heavens! Is that you, John? And in that dress?" cried Lady Clark, in the first surprise. The figure turned slowly round, and she then became aware that the object he carried was a dead child, the body being swathed round and round in a large Indian scarf of remarkable workmanship, which Lady Clark had presented to Mrs. John Clark on the eve of her departure. As she gazed, the outlines of the figure became indistinct, invisible, vanishing in the grey light, or blending with the familiar objects in the room. Lady Clark neither fainted nor shrieked, nor even rang the bell. She lay back and thought the matter over, resolving to mention it to no one until the return of her husband, then absent in attendance on an illustrious household. His experience would decide whether her physical health offered any solution of the phenomenon. As for its being a dream, it may be taken as an accepted fact that, though nobody is conscious of the act of going to sleep, everybody knows by the sudden change of scenery, by the snapping of the chain of thought, and so forth, when he has been sleeping. Very shortly after Sir James returned home, on hearing the story, he immediately looked at the tongue that related such wonders, and likewise felt the lady's pulse, both organs perfect. Of her nerves he had seen proof. Touching veracity, she was truth itself. All his skill could devise nothing better than a recommendation to patients, and to see what came of it. In the meantime, the day and hour were noted down, and the next advices from T awaited with more than usual interest. At length they came. Dr. John Forbes Clark informed his father that their child, and only one, had died on such a day, that of the apparition, and that his wife, anxious that it should be laid to rest in the land of its birth, had begged that it might be forwarded by the next homeward ship. In due course it arrived, embalmed, but enclosed in a coffin so much larger than was required for the tiny occupant, that the intervening spaces had to be filled up with clothes, etc., while the Indian scarf had been wound in many folds around the child's body. End of section 122. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Section 123 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 123. London, the Hummums. In the 13th chapter of Boswell's Life of Johnson will be found a singular account of an apparition which appeared in Covent Garden at a place called the Old Hummums. The story is slight, but it is famous, and should therefore find a place in this collection. Some description of the place where the apparition appeared is necessary, in order to comprehend the full force of the impression which the account of its being seen there made upon the public mind. In the southeast corner of Covent Garden Market-place were quite recently 2 hotels, known by the strange names of the Old Hummums and the New Hummums. The name is said to be a corruption of the Turkish name hammam, a bath. These buildings were originally devoted to the use of what is now known as the Turkish bath, an institution introduced into England many years ago. The so-called Turkish bath of the present day being only a revival of what was once very fashionable, but which for a long time had grown obsolete and been forgotten. These hummums, however, when first established in London, seem to have been most frequented by characters of ill reputation, and became, as in the East, a favorite rendezvous for gossip. They speedily grew to be useful for the purposes of intrigue, and this circumstance gradually led to their suppression as baths. Both the Old Hummums and the New Hummums were changed into respectable hotels, which character they have retained until their recent demolition, the original signification of their former titles being almost forgotten. The Old Hummums was the scene of what the great Dr. Johnson pronounced the best accredited ghost story that he had ever heard. The individual whose apparition was said to have appeared there was a Mr. Ford, a relation or connection of the learned doctor himself, and is said to have been the riotous parson of Hogarth's Midnight Modern Conversation. Boswell, relating a conversation which took place at Mr. Thrall's house at Streatham between himself and Dr. Johnson, says, "Amongst the numerous prints pasted on the walls of the dining-room of Streatham was Hogarth's Modern Midnight Conversation. I asked him what he knew of Parson Ford, who makes a conspicuous figure in the riotous group. Johnson said, 'Sir, he was my acquaintance and relative, my mother's nephew. He had purchased a living in the country, but not simonically. I never saw him but in the country. I have been told he was a man of great parts, very profligate, but I never heard he was impious.'" Boswell asked, "Was there not a story of his ghost having appeared?" Johnson said, "Sir, it was believed. A waiter at the Hummums, in which house Ford died, had been absent for some time, and returned, not knowing that Ford was dead. Going down to the cellar, according to the story, he met him. Going down again, he met him a second time. When he came up, he asked some of the people of the house what Ford would be doing there. They told him Ford was dead. The waiter took a fever, in which he lay for some time. When he recovered, he said he had a message to deliver to some women from Ford, but he was not to tell what or to whom. He walked out. He was followed, but somewhere about St. Paul's they lost him. He came back and said he had delivered the message, and the women exclaimed, 'Then we are all undone.' Dr. Pellet who was not a credulous man, inquired into the truth of this story, and he said the evidence was irresistible. My wife went to the hammams. It is a place where people get themselves cupped. I believe she went with the intention to hear about the story of Ford. At first they were unwilling to tell her, but after they had talked to her, she came away satisfied that it was true. To be sure, the man had a fever, and this vision may have been the beginning of it. But if the message to the women, and their behavior upon it, were true as related, there is something supernatural. That rests upon his word, and there it remains. End of section 123. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Section 124 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 124. London, Southampton Fields. A very curious, but not an unparalleled tradition is that referring to the so-called Field of 40 Footsteps. The story is generally told and is adapted by Jane and Anna Maria Potter in their romance on the subject, is that two brothers, having taken different sides in the Duke of Monmouth's rebellion, met and having engaged each other in fight, were both killed. Where they fought was in a field at the back of the British Museum, at the extreme northeast of Upper Montague Street, formerly known as Southampton Fields. Where the steps of the two desperate men pressed the ground, no grass, according to tradition, would ever grow, and for many years the impressions, said to have been 40, of their feet remained bare and ungrown over. Many other accounts of this popular tradition exist, however, and from them may be selected the following, the substance of which appeared in the Arminian Magazine for 1781. The brothers' steps, as they are styled, are stated to be discoverable in a field about the third of a mile northward from Montague House, now replaced by the British Museum. Their origin is, according to this version, due to the footprints of two brothers who quarreled about a worthless woman, and fought out their quarrel at this place. The prints of their feet, says the authority, are about the depth of 3 inches, and nothing will vegetate so much as to disfigure them. The number is only 83. 40 may have been adopted for its alliterative sound, but probably some at present are filled up, for I think there were formerly more in the center, where each unhappy combatant wounded the other to death, and on a bank on which the first fell retains the form of his agonizing couch by the curse of barrenness, while grass flourishes all about it. Mr. George Hall, who was the librarian of Lincoln's Inn, first showed me those steps 28 years ago, when, I think, they were not quite so deep as now. He remembered them about 30 years, and the man who first showed them him about 30 more, which goes back to the year 1692. But I suppose they originated in the reign of King Charles II. Footnote: The Duke of Monmouth's rebellion took place in 1685. Editor. End of footnote. My mother well remembered their being plowed up and corn sown to deface them about 50 years ago, but all was labor in vain, for the prints returned, in a while, to their pristine form, as probably will those that are now filled up. The above account of the brothers' footsteps appeared so extraordinary to the editor of the Arminian Magazine, that, as he says, he did not know what to think of it. He knew his informant to be a person of good understanding and real piety, and yet He testified what he had seen with his own eyes. To satisfy himself about this strange recital, the editor determined to seek out more evidence, and he soon found it. "A while ago," runs his narrative, "being at Mr. Carey's and Copt Hall Buildings, I occasionally mentioned the brothers' footsteps, and asked the company if they had heard anything of them. 'Sir,' said Mr. Carey, 16 years ago I saw and counted them myself.' Another added, 'And I saw them 4 years ago.' I could no longer doubt but they had been seen, and, a week or two after, I went with Mr. Carey and another person to seek them. We sought for nearly half an hour in vain. We could find no steps at all within a quarter of a mile, no, nor half a mile, north of Montague House. We were almost out of hope, when an honest man, who was at work, directed us to the next ground, adjoining to a pond. There we found what we sought for, about 3/4 of a mile north of Montague House, and about 500 yards east of Tottenham Court Road. The steps answer Mr. W.'s description. They are the size of a large human foot, about 3 inches deep, and lie nearly from northeast to southwest. We counted only 76, but we were not exact in counting. The place where one or both the brothers are supposed to have fallen is still bare of grass. The laborer showed us also the bank where, the tradition is, the wretched woman sat to see the combat." End of Section 124. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 125 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by George. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 125, Lowestoft Tower. Lowestoft Tower, about 4 miles to the west of Bolton, is one of the numerous haunted homes of Lancashire. It figures in Roby's well-known Lancashire legends as the locality of a cruel wrong, and proves that apparitions have more regard for moral than legal rights. The tower was formerly an imposing structure, built chiefly of wood and plaster, and surrounded by a moat. The gateway, which occupies the site of a much more ancient building, is now almost all that is left of the Andertons' old homestead. It is chiefly built of brick and stone, interspersed with string courses and mouldings. The windows are very large, and are divided into compartments by strong mullions. Over one of the upper windows, writes Mr. Wilkinson, there is a deep panel containing a coat of arms, now almost obliterated. On the front of the house there is the date A.D. 1591, and a panel over the doorway on which the inscription S.F.A. 1702 obviously marks the period when this portion of the hall was either enlarged or repaired. This characteristic residence was not very judiciously situated, according to modern ideas. There is much low ground in the neighborhood, which contains several rather picturesque sheets of water, and it is, besides, in the immediate vicinity of the boggy tract known as Red Moss. The River Croll rises from this marshy ground, which, after passing through Bolton, falls into the Irwell. The far-famed Douglas also has its origin in the same moss, and, after flowing through Wigan, falls into the Ribble near Hesketh. Lowestoft Tower formerly belonged to the Andertons, but has since merged into the hands of the Blundells of Ince. There is a story of wrong connected with one of the early Andertons, which has passed into a tradition, and is even yet a source of heartburning to a family named Heaton, resident in a neighboring township of the same name. The tradition states that one of the Heatons was an improvident man and wasted much of his patrimony. He became deeply involved in debt and mortgaged his township to Anderton of the Tower. The day for payment duly arrived, but the Heatons had not raised the money. The evening passed on, and at a somewhat early hour the Andertons retired to bed. They had not lain long before the Heatons were thundering at the doors, for they had raised the amount at the last moment and were ready to pay. The owner of the tower, however, coveted the property and refused to let them in, because they ought to have been ready before the going down of the sun. On the morrow he said they were too late, and declared that the mortgage had foreclosed. The wrong done to the Heatons was never forgiven, for the family was utterly ruined, and it is stated that the soul of the wrongdoer is doomed to revisit the scene of his crime until the property is restored. It is also affirmed that no horse from the tower, so long as it was occupied by an Anderton, could ever be forced to cross the stream into the manor of Heaton. Sir Francis Anderton took part in the rebellion of 1745, and soon after lost his estates. In 1750 he was reported to be over 60 years of age and childless. His property was held by the Crown under trustees, and eventually passed to the Blundells, he living in retirement until his death. This gentleman's fate is considered to be an act of retributive justice for the wrong done to the Heaton family by his ancestor of the Tower. End of section 125.
Section 126 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 126. Montgomery. In 1852, the Reverend R. Mostyn Price published an account of certain circumstances of a singular character which had occurred in Montgomery. In the introduction to his narrative, he refers to a solitary grave in a remote corner of the churchyard, known as the Robber's Grave. It is not a raised mound, but is a bare space, level with the surrounding ground, and is the shape and size of a coffin. The story connected with this grassless grave is to the following effect. At Cherbury, in the vicinity of Montgomery, was Oakfield, a house that in better days had been a manor house, which, with the surrounding farm, was possessed by a widow named Morris. Her husband, a dissolute, indolent man, had left her and their only child, a daughter, in distressed circumstances, and for some time it was supposed that Mrs. Morris would have to part with the property, in which case it was to be let to a Thomas Pierce, to whose ancestors it had formerly belonged. Pierce had long waited and watched in hopes of one day becoming a tenant of the property his ancestors had squandered away. But just at the time when his expectations appeared to be on the point of realization, they were utterly frustrated. A young man styled John Newton in the story, footnote, his real name was John Davis, end of footnote, from Staffordshire, having been introduced to Mrs. Morris by her brother, was taken into her service as bailiff and managed the farm for her with such assiduity and skill that in a little while it became prosperous and flourishing, and all thoughts of resigning it to Pierce were relinquished. Newton, to whose able management and industry this improvement was due, was an utter stranger to the neighbourhood. Nor did he appear willing to make any acquaintances beyond what business arrangements necessitated. He was obliged to attend the neighbouring fairs and markets, and he was a regular attendant at Cherbury Church. But he kept only his own company and his own counsel, even all the efforts of the clergyman of the parish failing to draw him out of his secluded habits and reserved manner. He was indeed, said Mr. Price, for the most part a melancholy, grief-haunted man. Yet, in the pursuit of his occupations at Oakfield, he appeared contented and happy. His manner and behaviour toward the widow and her daughter were at all times marked with respect and even cheerfulness. He seemed to consider it a part of his duty to alleviate by every means in his power their cares and troubles and lighten their domestic solitude. Occasionally, when the day had closed upon his toils, he would read to them. For more than 2 years this state of affairs lasted, and Mrs. Morris was by no means displeased to notice that her daughter's sentiments toward Newton were of a very friendly nature. She watched with a mother's anxiety and a mother's approbation, says our authority, the growing affection of her child toward this stranger, for he was a stranger still. Studiously avoiding all references to himself, his kindred, or his former life, he shrank sensitively from any allusion to the past, and felt grateful to them both when, with instinctive delicacy, they seemed content that his early history should remain unknown to them. The stranger's skilful management of Oakfield and the continually increasing interest which he appeared to obtain in its household had excited anything but pleasurable feelings in more breasts than one. Thomas Pierce had naturally felt jealous with Newton and was intensely disappointed when, baffled in his hopes of sheltering himself again beneath the roof-tree of his forefathers, yet he had apparently lived down his regrets. But Robert Parker, a young farmer and neighbour of Pierce, hated Newton with a still keener hate, for in him he beheld a successful rival for the affections of Jane Morris, of whom he had long been a fond but as yet unprofessed lover. These two disappointed and vengeance-seeking men met frequently to discuss matters and, at last, devised a plan for getting rid of the obnoxious stranger. Their proceedings are thus detailed by Mr. Price. It was at length resolved to charge Newton with some offence which should banish him the country. An opportunity of accomplishing their purpose at length occurred. Newton had been attending a fair in the neighbourhood and was detained on business till a late hour. It was 6 o'clock on a dark November evening when he left Welshpool to walk home. Parker, who had been stealthily watching his proceedings, followed with Pierce at a little distance. In a short time Newton was brought back to town by the two men, taken before a magistrate, charged with highway robbery, and committed. The charge brought against him by the two confederates, men of known respectability, was that of a highway robber with violence, a crime at that time punishable with death. The prisoner employed no counsel, asked the witnesses no questions, and merely protested his innocence of the charge. He was pronounced guilty. When the judge asked him if he had anything to say why sentence of death should not be passed upon him, he responded in a firm voice that he forgave those men upon whose false testimony he had been convicted. "But, my lord," he exclaimed, "I protest most solemnly before God, in whose presence I must shortly appear, I am entirely guiltless of the crime for which I am about to suffer. I do not say that I am an innocent man. I have committed a crime, but it is known only to my Creator and myself. I have endeavoured to atone for it by all the means in my power, and I humbly believe I have been forgiven. I protest once more, I am entirely innocent of this charge. It is my devout and earnest desire that the stain of this crime may not rest upon my name. I have, therefore, in humble devotion, offered a prayer to heaven, and believe it has been heard and accepted. I venture to assert that if I am innocent of the crime for which I suffer, the grass for 1 generation at least will not cover my grave." The unfortunate man was condemned and executed, and his remains were buried in Montgomery churchyard. It was noticed that no sooner did the bell begin to toll for the execution than the sky became overcast. No sooner had he placed his foot upon the scaffold Then a fearful darkness spread around, and the moment the fatal bolt was withdrawn, the lightnings flashed with terrific vividness. The thunders rolled in awful majesty until the town hill seemed shaken to its base. The rain poured down in torrents. The multitude dispersed, horror-stricken and appalled, some crying out, "The end of all things is come." This was in 1821. Of the two witnesses against the unfortunate man, Parker became a dissolute drunkard and was killed at the blasting of some rocks in the lime works in Clemenech, whilst the other, Pierce, became dispirited and, as our informant remarks, wasted away from the earth. Mrs. Morris and her daughter left Oakfield forever. Writing in 1852, Mr. Price says, 30 years have passed away and the grass has not covered his grave. And again, numerous attempts have from time to time been made by some who are still alive and others who have passed away to bring grass upon that bare spot. Fresh soil has been frequently spread upon it and seeds of various kinds have been sown, but not a blade has ever been known to spring from them, and the soil has soon become a smooth and cold and stubborn clay. In 1852, soon after Mr. Price's narrative had been written, some sacrilegious hand covered the grave with turf, and so tended it that it grew all over it, save at the head, which remained bare, with the turf withered as if blasted by the lightning stroke. A month or so, and the grass again died away, leaving the grave once more bare. The Reverend Fred W. Parker, rector of Montgomery, informs us that there is still a bare spot over the grave, which he has known for 38 years, but that it is not so large as it has been in his memory. Mr. Parker has also kindly forwarded us a copy of a statement made some years ago by William Weeks, the then parish clerk, confirming some of the particulars above given, and stating that he made the grave in 1821 and buried John Davis, and that attempts have been made by different persons to cause the grass to grow on the grave by putting fresh soil and sowing seeds, etc., but hitherto without success. The grave has always returned, in a short time after each experiment, to the state in which it now is. End of section 126, read by David Holmes.
Section 127 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 127. Oakhampton. In January 1884, Mr. James Spry sent an account to the Western Antiquary of a supernatural being, popularly known as Benjy Gear, which long troubled Oakhampton and the neighborhood with its pranks, and even nowadays occasionally disturbs the good folks thereabouts. There's little in the legend connected with this apparition to distinguish it from many similar bits of folklore which crop up in most parts of England, but as a specimen of its class it is worth citation. On the high gable end of an ancient house in Oakhampton may be seen two gigantic iron letters, the initials of Benjamin Geyer, a former inhabitant. The house may readily be discovered, as it abuts on an irregular triangle formed by the houses behind the chantry. These initials, in italic capitals, are alluded to in a local metrical version of the legend they commemorate thus: Behind the chantry moat be read the initial scroll of the burgher dead. Stout of heart they esteem the wight who reads his letters at dead of night, though the moon be glinted back the while from the oriel light of the chantry aisle. Never pass but breathe a prayer for the soul's best peace on Master Gare. Tadeo vita quo confectus, nunc ad ether transvectus, soc e us fu qui sanctorum, seu gaudet angelorum, where life's troubled waters rest, in the haven of the blessed. Mr. Spry suggests that the citizen thus commemorated may have been almoner of the money collected from the charitable of his time for the ransom of captives in Mohammedan lands, and that he may have appropriated such alms to his own use, hence his unsettled condition in the spirit world. His reason for this opinion would appear to be this extract from a note on the history of Oakhampton. Mr. B. Gayer, with the philanthropy of a good burgess, as shown in his collections for the relief of poor Protestant prisoners in Turkey, would have been, but for these researches, a dead letter in the book of his little history. But tradition has preserved an ugly report of his own unquiet and imprisoned spirit. What child, or eke man or women of our town, but has, some time or other, been terrified or amused at the story of Gayer the Revenant? Notwithstanding the statement that this old citizen still haunts his native place, he is declared to have been laid some years ago. Mr. Spry's account is that Benjy Geer troubled the inhabitants of Oakhampton to such an extent that the aid of the archdeacon was called in, and the clergy were assembled in order that the troubled spirit might be laid and cease to trouble them. There were 23 of the clergy who invoked him in various classic languages, but the insubordinate spirit refused to listen to their request. At length one, more learned than the rest, addressed him in Arabic, to which he was forced to succumb, saying, "Now thou art come, I must be gone." He was then compelled to take the form of a colt. A new bridle and bit, which had never been used, were procured, with a rider, to whom the sacrament was administered. The man was directed to ride the colt to Cranemere Pool on Dartmoor, the following instructions being given him. He was to prevent the colt from turning its head towards the town until they were out of the park, and then make straight for the pool, and when he got to the slope, to slip from the colt's back, pull the bridle off, and let him go. All this was dexterously performed. The impetus thus gained by the animal, with the intention of throwing the rider over its head into the pool, accomplished its own fate. As the citizens of Oakhampton are still somewhat nervous on the score of meeting old Benjy Geer's apparition, the laying, after all, was probably only temporary, or not so well carried out as it should have been. End of section 127. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 128 of Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 128. Perth. A frequent objection to ghostly visitants is that they trouble folks for no apparent purpose. They come and go without seeming to accomplish anything more than the disarrangement of the spectator's nervous system. Such an objection cannot be raised against the following curious account, related by the Earl of Shrewsbury to Dr. Binns and published by the latter in his Anatomy of Sleep, with the remark that perhaps there is not a better authenticated case on record. The apparently trivial nature of the spectral communication, so different from the deadly or important presage commonly accorded to the appearance of ghosts, only renders this case more noteworthy. The story was originally told to the Countess of Shrewsbury by the Reverend Charles Mackay, a Catholic priest, in the following letter, dated Perth, October 21st, 1842. In July 1838, I left Edinburgh to take charge of the Perthshire missions. On my arrival in Perth, the principal station, I was called upon by a Presbyterian woman, Anne Simpson by name, who for more than a week had been in the utmost anxiety to see a priest. On asking her what she wanted with me, she answered, "Oh, sir, I have been terribly troubled for several nights by a person appearing to me during the night." Are you a Catholic, my good woman? No, sir, I am a Presbyterian. Why, then, do you come to me? I am a Catholic priest. But, sir, she, meaning the person that had appeared to her, desired me to go to the priest, and I have been inquiring for a priest during the last week. Why did she wish you to go to the priest? She said she owed a sum of money, and the priest would pay it. What was the sum of money she owed? 3 and 10 pence, sir. To whom did she owe it? I do not know, sir. Are you sure you have not been dreaming? Oh, God forgive you, for she appears to me every night. I can get no rest. Did you know the woman that you say appears to you? I was poorly lodged, sir, near the barracks, and I often saw and spoke to her as she went in and out to the barracks, and she called herself Molloy. I made an inquiry and found that a woman of that name had died, who had acted as a washerwoman and followed the regiment. Following up the inquiry, I found a grocer with whom she had dealt, and on asking him if a person, a female, named Molloy, owed him anything, he turned up his books, and told me she did owe him 3 and 10 pence. I paid the sum. The grocer knew nothing of her death, nor indeed of her character, but that she was attached to the barracks. Subsequently, the Presbyterian woman came to me, saying that she was no more troubled. End of section 128. Read by David Holmes.
Section 129 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 129, Portsmouth. The Life of the Reverend R. H. Barham, as these pages will show, contains more than one singular narration of the supernatural. One of the most popular is that related by Mrs. Hughes of an apparition seen at Portsmouth, and although the exact house in that seaport is not mentioned by name, the story itself is so frequently alluded to that despite this want of authenticated locality, it should be included in our collection. It was narrated to Mrs. Hughes by Mrs. Hastings, wife of Captain Hastings, R.N., and is to the following effect. Captain and Mrs. Hastings were driving into Portsmouth one afternoon when a Mr. Hamilton, who had recently been appointed to a situation in the dockyard there, made a third in their chaise, being on his way to take possession of his post. As the vehicle passed the end of one of the narrow lanes which abound in the town, the latter gentleman, who had for some little time been more grave and silent than usual, broke through the reserve which had drawn a remark from the lady, and gave the following reason for his taciturnity. It was, said he, the recollection of the lane we have just passed, and of a very singular circumstance which occurred to me at a house in it some 18 years ago, which occupied my thoughts at the moment, and which, as we are old friends, and I know you will not laugh at me, I will repeat to you. At the period alluded to, I had arrived in the town for the purpose of joining a ship in which I was about to proceed abroad. On inquiry, I found that the vessel had not come round from the Downs, but was expected every hour. The most unpleasant part of the business was that 2 or 3 king's ships had just been paid off in the harbour, a county election was going on, and the town was filled with people waiting to occupy berths in an outward-bound fleet which a contrary wind had for some days prevented from sailing. This combination of events, of course, made Portsmouth very full and very disagreeable. After wandering half over the town without success, I at length happened to inquire at a decent-looking public house situate in the lane alluded to, where a very civil though a very cross-looking landlady at length made me happy by the intelligence that she would take me in if I did not mind sleeping in a double-bedded room. I certainly did object to a fellow lodger, and so I told her, but as I coupled the objection with an offer to pay handsomely for both beds, though I should occupy only one of them, our bargain was settled, and I took possession of my apartment. Having retired for the night, and having, as I thought, carefully locked the door to keep out intruders, I undressed, jumped beneath the clothes, and fell fast asleep. I had slept, I suppose, an hour or more, when I was awakened by a noise in the lane below. I was turning round to recompose myself, when I perceived by the light of the moon, which shone brightly into the room, that the bed opposite was occupied by a man having the appearance of a sailor. He was only partially undressed, having his trousers on, and what appeared to be a belcher handkerchief tied round his head by way of a nightcap. His position was half sitting, half reclining on the outside of the bed, and he seemed to be fast asleep. I was, of course, very angry that the landlady should have broken her covenant with me, and at first felt half disposed to desire the intruder to withdraw, but as the man was quiet, and I had no particular wish to spend the rest of the night in an altercation, I thought it wiser to let things alone till the morning, when I determined to give my worthy hostess a good jobation for her want of faith. After watching him for some time, and seeing that my chum maintained the same posture, though he could not be aware that I was awake, I reclosed my eyes and once more fell asleep. It was broad daylight when I woke in the morning, and the sun was shining full in through the window. My slumbering friend apparently had never moved, and I had a fair opportunity of observing his features, which, though of a dark complexion, were not ill-favoured, and were set off by a pair of bushy black whiskers that would have done honour to a rabbi. What surprised me most, however, was that I could now plainly perceive that what I had taken in the moonlight for a red handkerchief on his forehead was in reality a white one, but quite saturated in parts with a crimson fluid which trickled down his left cheek, and seemed to have run upon the pillow. At the moment the question occurred to me, how could the stranger have procured admission to the room, as I saw but one door, and that I felt confident I had locked, while I was quite positive my gentleman had not been in the chamber when I retired to bed. I got out and walked to the door, which was in the centre of one side of the room, nearly halfway between the two beds, and as I approached it, one of the curtains interposed for a moment, so as to conceal my unknown companion from my view. I found the door fastened with the key in the lock, just as I had left it. Not a little surprised at the circumstance, I now walked across to the further bed to get an explanation from my comrade, when to my astonishment he was nowhere to be seen. Scarcely an instant before I had observed him stretched in the same position which he had all along maintained, and it was difficult to conceive how he had managed to make his exit so instantaneously, as it were, without my having perceived or heard him. I, in consequence, commenced a close examination of the wainscot near the head of the bed, having first satisfied myself that he was concealed neither under it nor by the curtain. No door nor aperture of any kind was to be discovered. I was the first person up in the house. A slipshod being, however, soon made its appearance, and began to place a few cinders, etc., in a grate not much cleaner than its own face and hands. From this individual I endeavoured to extract some information respecting my nocturnal visitor, but in vain. It knowed nothing of no sailors, and I was compelled to postpone my inquiries till the appearance of the mistress, who descended in due time. After greeting her with all the civility I could muster, I proceeded to inquire for my bill, telling her that I certainly should not take breakfast nor do anything more for the good of the house, after her breach of promise respecting the privacy of my sleeping room. The good lady met me at once with a merry come up. A faint flush came over her cheeks, her little grey eyes twinkled, and her whole countenance gained in animation what it lost in placidity. What did I mean? I had bespoke the whole room, and I had had the whole room, and though she said it, there was not a more comfortable room In all Portsmouth she might have let the spare bed 5 times over, and had refused because of my fancy. Did I think to bilk her, and call myself a gentleman, she supposed? I easily stopped the torrent of her eloquence by depositing a guinea, about a fourth more than her whole demand, upon the bar, and was glad to relinquish the offensive for the defensive. It was therefore with a most Quaker-like mildness that I rejoined that certainly I had not to complain of any actual inconvenience from the vicinity of my fellow lodger, but that having agreed to pay double for the indulgence of my whim, if such she was pleased to call it, I of course expected the conditions to be observed on the other side, but I was now convinced that they had been violated without her privity, and that some of her people had doubtless introduced the man into the room, in ignorance probably of our understanding. "What man?" retorted she briskly. "There was nobody in your room, unless you let him in yourself. Had you not the key, and did not I hear you lock the door after you?" That I admitted to be true. "Nevertheless," added I, taking up my portmanteau, and half turning to depart, "there certainly was a man, a sailor, in my room last night, though I know no more how he got in or out than I do where he got his broken head or his unconscionable whiskers." My foot was on the threshold as I ended, that I might escape the discharge of a reply, which I foreboded would not be couched in the politest of terms, but it did not come, and as I threw back a parting glance at my fair foe, I could not help being struck with the very different expression of her features from that which I had anticipated. I hesitated, and at length a single word, uttered distinctly but slowly, and as if breathlessly spoken, fell upon my ear. It was "Whiskers." "Ay, Whiskers," I replied. "I never saw so splendid a pair in my life." "And a broken—" "For heaven's sake, come back 1 moment," said the lady. "Let me entreat you, sir, to tell me without disguise who and what you saw in your bedroom last night." "No one, madam," was my answer, "but the sailor of whose intrusion I before complained, and who, I presume, took refuge there from some drunken fray to sleep off the effects of his liquor, as though evidently a good deal knocked about, he did not appear to be very sensible of his condition." An earnest request to describe his person followed, which I did to the best of my recollection, dwelling particularly on the wounded temple, and the remarkable whiskers which formed, as it were, a perfect fringe to his face. "Then Lord have mercy upon me," said the woman in accents of mingled terror and distress. "It's all true, and the house is ruined for ever." So singular a declaration only whetted my curiosity, and the landlady, who now seemed anxious to make a friend of me, soon satisfied my inquiries in a few words. After obtaining a promise of secrecy, she informed me that, on the 3rd evening previous to my arrival, a party of sailors were drinking in her house, when a quarrel ensued between them and some marines. The dispute at length rose to a great height. The landlady in vain endeavoured to interfere, till at length a heavy blow struck with the edge of the pewter pot, lighting upon the temple of a stout young fellow of 25, one of the most active of the sailors, brought him to the ground senseless and covered with blood. He never spoke again, but although his friends immediately conveyed him upstairs and placed him on the bed, endeavouring to stanch the blood and doing all in their power to save him, he breathed his last in a few minutes. In order to hush up the affair, the woman admitted that she had consented to the body being buried in the garden, where it was interred the same night by 2 of his comrades. The man having been just discharged, it was calculated that no inquiry after him was likely to take place. "But then, sir," cried the landlady, wringing her hands, "it's all of no use. Foul deeds will rise, and I shall never dare to put anybody into your room again, for there it was he was carried. They took off his jacket and waistcoat, and tied up his wound with a handkerchief, but they never could stop the bleeding till all was over. And as sure as you are standing there, a living man, he has come back to trouble us, for if he had been sitting to you for his picture, you could not have painted him more accurately than you have done." Startling as this hypothesis of the old woman was, I could substitute no better, and as the prosecution of the inquiry must have necessarily operated to delay my voyage, without answering, as far as I could see, any good end, I walked quietly down to the point, and my ship arriving in the course of the afternoon, I went immediately on board, set sail the following morning for the Mediterranean, and have never again set foot in Portsmouth from that hour to this. Thus ended Mr. Hamilton's narrative. The next day the whole party set out to reconnoitre the present appearance of the house, but some difficulty was experienced in identifying it. the building having been converted into a greengrocer's shop about 5 years before. A dissenting chapel had been built on the site of the garden, but nothing was said by their informant of any skeleton having been found while digging for the foundation, nor did Mr. Hamilton think it advisable to push any inquiries on the subject. Why Mr. Hamilton should not have deemed it advisable to investigate the matter fully is difficult to divine. The house, however, would appear to have in some respects resembled one referred to by Mr. Samuel in the following narrative, and was probably the same. In the year 1792, according to the account given, Mr. Samuel, a medical officer of the Royal Navy, was travelling from London to Portsmouth by the coach in order to join the man-of-war to which he had been appointed. He was a man of some little literary and scientific attainment, and had published various works in both prose and verse. Among the former was a narrative of the death of Captain Cook, whom he had sailed with on his last voyage, and which was believed to be thoroughly accurate as well as well written. It was quoted verbatim by Dr. Kippis in his life of the celebrated circumnavigator. With such requirements, remarks our informant, Mr. Samuel was not likely to harbor any notions bordering on the superstitious. An accident which had befallen the coach near Lewes in Sussex caused a delay of several hours, insomuch that the passengers on reaching Portsmouth found the inns and other houses of entertainment shut. After wandering for a considerable time, Mr. Samuel perceived a light in an obscure quarter leading to Portsea, and entering the house, inquired if he could repose there for the night. Being conducted to a bedroom, he was scarcely in bed, taken up with reflections about joining his ship in the morning, when he distinctly heard several taps at the door. Rising in his bed, he saw at the bedside a figure of a tall man, wrapped in a shaggy greatcoat and wearing a slouched hat with a lantern in his hand. Not being able to procure any reply to the question he propounded as to the drift of the intrusion, Mr. Samuel sprang forward and made a grasp at the intruder, when, to his immense surprise, he only grasped the air. The light suddenly disappeared, not a footstep was to be heard, and everything was wrapped in silence. From his bed he crept to the door, which was bolted inside, and alarmed the house. On the arrival of the inmates, whom he was careful not to admit into the apartment, he provided himself with a light, and searched everywhere within, to discover, if possible, a trap-door by which the intruder might have silently escaped, but his search was without success. The woman of the house, when he explained matters, treated his story as a dream, and solicited him to go to bed again, but having dressed himself he left the house, preferring to pass the night on the ramparts rather than endure any more such interruptions. In the morning he related what had happened to him to several persons, describing the house and its position, when he was told that a mystery was hanging about it, which Sir John Carter, the mayor, had for some time anxiously endeavoured to clear up. Not one, but several strangers who had resorted thither had from time to time unaccountably disappeared, and what seemed to prove how easily their bodies might have been disposed of after they had been robbed and murdered, was shown from the fact that the back part of the house hung over a mud ditch, into which the bodies might have been cast without causing any alarm to the vicinity. Mr. Samuel's loquacity does not, however, appear to have drawn forth any more definite information than did Mr. Hamilton's reticence. End of section 129.
Section 130 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Steve Nelson. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 130. Roslin Chapel. 7 miles to the south of Edinburgh is the village of Roslin, celebrated for its chapel and castle. Roslin Chapel, about which traditions still flourish, is as much noted for its legendary lore as for its unique architectural beauty. The building is small, but is particularly rich in Gothic decorative stonework. Its chief attraction, however, in that way being a very fine carved column known as the Prentice's Pillar. This pillar, in marked contrast with the severe simplicity of the other columns, is wreathed about from base to capital with richly carved bands, and, according to tradition, was executed by an inspired apprentice. This charming architectural gem, the ancient and romantic chapel of Roslin, was founded in the year 1446 by William St. Clair, Prince of Orkney, Duke of Oldenburgh, and of enough other titles, as an old authority observes, even to weary a Spaniard. The original design for the chapel was never carried out, the chancel only being completed and the transept begun. About 2 centuries ago, the edifice was much defaced by a mob, and at one time was in danger of becoming quite ruinous when, happily, General St. Clair had it repaired, and his successors have continued the work of preservation. The family vault of the St. Clairs is beneath the pavement of the chapel, and there the barons were anciently buried in their armor without any useless coffin. A manuscript history, quoted by Sir Walter Scott, thus alludes to a family interment in the vault at Roslin. When my good father was buried, his, a long-deceased baron of Roslin, corpse seemed to be entire at the opening of the cave, but when they came to touch his body, it fell into dust. He was lying in his armor, with a red velvet cap on his head, on a flat stone. Nothing was spoiled, except a piece of the white furring that went round the cap and answered to the hinder part of the head. All his predecessors were buried after the same manner, in their armor. Late Roslin, my good father, was the first that was buried in a coffin, against the sentiments of King James VII, who was then in Scotland, and several other persons well versed in antiquity, to whom my mother would not hearken, thinking it beggarly to be buried after that manner. But the weird and curious superstition which lends so much romantic interest to Roslin, and which has caused it to be a favorite theme for poets, is the belief that whenever any of the founders' descendants are about to die, the chapel appears to be on fire. Notwithstanding the fact that the last Roslin, as he was called, died in 1778, and the estates passed into the possession of the Erskines, Earls of Roslin, the old tradition has not been extinguished. The manner and matter of the time-honored legend are so well portrayed by Harold's song in The Lay of the Last Minstrel that it had better be quoted from here. O'er Roslin all that dreary night a wondrous blaze was seen to gleam. 'Twas broader than the watch firelight, and redder than the bright moonbeam. It glared on Roslin's castled rock, it ruddied all the copsewood glen. 'Twas seen from Dryden's groves of oak, and seen from cavern Hawthornden. Seemed all on fire that chapel proud, where Roslin's chiefs uncoffined lie, each baron for a sable shroud, sheathed in his iron panoply. Seemed all on fire within, around, deep sacristy and altars pale, shone every pillar, foliage bound, and glimmered all the dead men's mail. Blazed battlement and penned high, blazed every rose-carved buttress fair, so still they blaze when fate is nigh, the lordly line of Hugh St. Clair. There are 20 of Roslin's barons bold lie buried within that proud chapel. Each one that holy vault doth hold, but the sea holds lovely Rosabelle. End of section 130.
Section 131 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 131. Samlesbury Hall. The famous old Samlesbury Hall stands about halfway between Preston and Blackburn. It is placed in a broad plain, looking southwards towards the woody heights of Houghton, eastwards towards the lofty ridges which run through Mellor and Billington to Pendle. Preston and the broad estuary of the Ribble occupy the western prospect, whilst northwards Longridge, leading towards the heights of Bowland, fills the scene. Enclosing a landscape, remarks Mr. T. Wilkinson, which for picturesque beauty and historic interest has few equals in the country. Samlesbury is famed in occult lore as the place whence Grace Sourbuts and other notorious witches came. They were tried for witchcraft early in the 17th century, but escaped the fate generally meted out in those days to supposed members of the sisterhood, because, notwithstanding the fact that some of them had confessed their guilt, they were acquitted as impostors, whilst their neighbours from Tendal, Temdyke, Chaffox, etc., were condemned and hanged as genuine sorcerers. The Samlesbury witches were let off as counterfeits. The eerie reputation acquired by Samlesbury may have partially arisen in consequence of these alleged dealings in the black art by its weird daughters, but that the haunting of the old hall arose from quite a different cause local tradition guarantees. Harlan's Lancashire Legends traces the history of the famous old building back to the early part of the reign of Henry II, when Gospatrick de Samlesbury was residing in an ancestral home occupying the site now covered by the present hall. His dwelling was surrounded by rich pastures and was shut in by the primeval forests of oak from which the massive timbers were obtained, out of which was formed the framework of the structure still standing. This magnificent building was erected during the reign of Edward III. The family pedigrees tell us, says Harland, that Cecily de Samlesbury married John de Iwas about the middle of the 13th century, but dying without male heir, his daughter was united to Sir Gilbert de Southworth, and the property thus acquired remained in the possession of his family for upwards of 350 years. It was then sold to the Bradells, and ultimately passed into the hands of Joseph Harrison, Esquire, of Calligreaves, Blackburn, whose eldest son, William Harrison, Esquire, now resides at the Hall. After the disposal of the property by John Southworth, Esquire, in 1677, the house was suffered to fall into decay. For many years it was occupied by a number of cottagers. It was afterwards converted to a farmhouse, and passed through various stages of degradation from neglect. Mr. Harrison, however, determined that this fine old structure should be no longer thus desecrated. With a wise and just appreciation, he restored both the exterior and the interior of the house in accordance with their original design, and under his hands the old hall at Samlesbury has become one of the most interesting and instructive mansions in the county. Sir John Southworth was the most distinguished personage of his race. He was high in military command during the early years of the reign of Elizabeth. He mustered 300 men at Berwick, and served the office of Sheriff of Lancashire in 1562. His possessions included Southworth, Samlesbury, Mellor, besides lands in 18 other townships. But he was illiterate, bigoted, and self-willed. His rigid devotion to the faith of his ancestors led him to speak rashly of the changes introduced into the national religion. He also acted unwisely in contravening the laws, for which he was ultimately cast into prison, and otherwise treated with much severity until his death in 1595. Tradition states that during his later years one of his daughters had formed an acquaintance with the heir of a neighboring knightly house. The attachment was mutual, and nothing was wanting to complete their happiness except the consent of the lady's father. Sir John was thereupon consulted, but the tale of their devoted attachment only served to increase his rage, and he dismissed the supplicants with the most embittered denunciations. No daughter of his should ever be united to the son of a family which had deserted its ancestral faith, and he forbade the youth his presence forever. Difficulty, however, only served to increase the ardor of the devoted lovers, and after many secret interviews among the wooded slopes of the Ribble, an elopement was agreed upon, in the hope that time would bring her father's pardon. The day and place were unfortunately overheard by one of the lady's brothers, who was hiding in a thicket close by, and he determined to prevent what he considered to be his sister's disgrace. On the evening agreed upon, both parties met at the hour appointed, and as the young knight moved away with his betrothed, her brother rushed from his hiding place, and slew both him and 2 friends by whom he was accompanied. The bodies were secretly buried within the precincts of the domestic chapel at the Hall, and Lady Dorothy was sent abroad to a convent where she was kept under strict surveillance. Her mind at last gave way. The name of her murdered lover was ever on her lips, and she died a raving maniac. Some years ago 3 human skeletons were found near the walls of the Hall, and popular opinion has connected them with the tradition. The legend also states that on certain clear, still evenings, a lady in white can be seen passing along the gallery and the corridors, and then from the hall into the grounds, that she then meets a handsome knight, who receives her on his bended knees, and he then accompanies her along the walks. On arriving at a certain spot, most probably the lover's grave, both the phantoms stand still, and as they seem to utter soft wailings of despair, they embrace each other, and then their forms rise slowly from the earth and melt away into the clear blue of the surrounding sky. End of section 131. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 132 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 132, Samford Peveril. The well-known Samford Peveril ghost is one of those notorious cases of continuous haunting with which local history in England is rife. Again and again has it been asserted that the whole matter has been found out, the fraud has been discovered, the perpetrators have confessed, and so forth. And yet, as in so many other cases, when these allegations have been investigated, they have been found to be baseless, and the mystery remains as much a mystery as ever. As far as we have been enabled to learn, the Samford Peveril ghost has never been discovered to be the work of human agency. The Reverend Caleb C. Colton, the well-known and unfortunate author of Lacon, decidedly gave a much wider notoriety and more important character to the manifestations about to be chronicled than they would otherwise have acquired by the publication in 1810 of his narrative of the Samford Ghost. From this scarce pamphlet, supplemented by some particulars in a subsequent work by the same author and a few additional data from other sources, the following account is compiled. The fact that so many of the circumstances connected with this curious case of supposed supernatural manifestation were vouched for by the vicar of Kew and Petersham, at this time a resident in Samford, as having taken place under his own personal observation, naturally created considerable excitement not only in the immediate neighborhood, but indeed all over the country, and the fact that the affair differed in many respects from the ordinary accounts of haunted houses, as for instance in the manifestations taking place in the day as well as in the night, and in physical results following blows received from invisible agents, made it all the more marvelous and sensational. The village of Samford Peveril, where all these wonders came to pass, is about 5 miles from Tiverton in the county of Devon, and the events to be recorded occurred in 1810 and the following years in the house of a Mr. John Chave. According to the accounts published by the Reverend C. C. Colton, some very unaccountable things had occasionally happened in this said house previous to the manifestations he makes special record of. An apprentice boy had been greatly terrified by the apparition of a woman, and had declared that he had heard some extraordinary sounds in the night, but little or no attention was paid to his statements. About April 1810, however, the inhabitants of the house were alarmed by terrific noises being heard in every apartment, even in the daytime. Upon anyone going upstairs and stamping on the floor in any of the rooms, say 5 or 6 times, the sounds would be repeated instantly, but louder and generally more in number, and the vibrations of the boards caused by these repeated sounds could be sensibly felt through the soles of one's boots, whilst dust was thrown up with such velocity and in such quantity as to affect the eyes. At midday the cause of these effects would announce its approach by loud knockings in some apartment or other of the house, above or below, as the case might be. At times more than a dozen persons have witnessed these midday knockings at once. The noises would very often and in repeated instances follow the person through any of the upper apartments, and faithfully answer the stamping of their feet wherever they went. If persons were in different rooms, and one stamped with his foot in one room, the sound was instantly repeated in the other. These phenomena continued day by day, almost incessantly, for about 5 weeks, when they gradually gave place to others still more curious and alarming. There were 2 apartments in the house in which the females who slept in them were dreadfully beaten by invisible agency. Mr. Colton stated that he himself heard more than 200 blows given in the course of a night, and he could compare them to nothing but a strong man striking with all his force with a closed fist on the bed. These blows left great soreness and visible marks. Mr. Colton saw a swelling, at least as big as a turkey's egg, on the cheek of Ann Mills, who voluntarily made oath that she was alone in the bed when she received the blows from an invisible hand. Mrs. Dennis and Mary Woodbury also both swore voluntarily before Mr. Colton, Mr. Sully, an exciseman, and Mr. Covett, a surgeon, that they were so beaten as to experience a peculiar kind of numbness, and were sore for many days after. Their shrieks while being beaten were too terrible, it is averred, to have been counterfeited. Mr. Chave, the occupier of the house, deposed that one night the 2 servants were so much agitated that they refused to sleep any longer in their apartment, and he therefore permitted them, in the dead of the night, to bring their bed and bedclothes into the room where he and Mrs. Chave slept. After the light had been put out, and they had been quiet about half an hour, a large iron candlestick began to move rapidly about the room. Mr. Chave could hear no footsteps, but while in the act of attempting to ring the bell, the candlestick was violently thrown at his head, which it narrowly missed. Another night, Mr. Searle, keeper of the county jail, and a friend kept watch, and they saw a sword which they had placed near them on the foot of a bed, with a large folio testament placed on it, thrown violently against the wall 7 feet away. Mr. Taylor deposed that, upon going into the room, in consequence of the shrieks of the women, he saw the sword, which had been previously lying on the floor, clearly suspended in the middle of the room, with its point towards him. About a minute after, it fell to the ground with a loud noise. Ann Mills deposed on oath that one night, while striking a light, she received a very severe blow on the back, and the tinder box was forcibly wrenched out of her hands and thrown into the center of the room. The Reverend C.C. Colton said that the names of the women who were thus afflicted were Mary Dennis, Sr., Mary Dennis, Jr., Martha Woodbury, Ann Mills, Mrs. Pitts, and Sally Case. He himself had witnessed most of the phenomena recorded above, whilst the women were in bed. Mr. Colton was sure they never moved, and he administered an oath to them upon the subject next morning, in presence of several gentlemen whose names he gave. He adds, I have often heard the curtains of the bed violently agitated, accompanied with a loud and almost indescribable motion of the rings. These curtains, 4 in number, to prevent their motion, were often tied up, each in one large knot. Every curtain in that bed was agitated, and the knots thrown and whirled about with such rapidity that it would have been unpleasant to be within the sphere of their action. This lasted about 2 minutes, and concluded with a noise resembling the tearing of linen. Mr. Taylor and Mr. Chave of Mere being also witnesses. Upon examination, a rent was found across the grain of a strong new cotton curtain. Also Mr. Colton heard, in the presence of other witnesses, footsteps walking by him and round him. He was also conscious of candles burning near him, but could see nothing. Mr. Quick heard it come downstairs like a man's foot in a slipper, and seemed to pass through the wall. "I've been," he says, "in the act of opening a door, which was already half open, when a violent rapping was produced on the opposite side of the same door. I paused a moment, and the rapping continued. I suddenly opened the door with a candle in my hand, yet I can swear I could see nothing. I've been in one of the rooms that has a large modern window, when from the noises, knockings, blows on the bed, and rattling of the curtains, I did really begin to think the whole chamber was falling in. Mr. Taylor was sitting in the chair the whole time. The females were so terrified that large drops stood on their foreheads. When the act of beating has appeared from the sound of the blows near the foot of one bed, I've rushed to the spot, but it has been instantly heard near the head of the other bed." Mr. Colton emphasized his own statement by a voluntary affidavit, which he made in the presence of Mr. B. Wood, Master in Chancery, Tiverton, in the course of which he declared that, after an attendance of 6 nights at Mr. Chave's house, during which time he had used every endeavour to discover the cause of these disturbances, and placed a seal with a crest to every door, cavity, etc., in the house through which any communication might be carried on, and having repeatedly sworn the domestics as to the truth of the phenomena and their own ignorance of the means whereby they were produced, he was still utterly unable to account for the things which he had seen and heard. Mr. Telley, the landlord of the house, whose interest it certainly was to rid his property of such visitations, when he brought it into the market for sale, pretended to have found out the whole mystery, and alleged that the noises were produced by a cooper with a broomstick and a bludgeon. This pretended exposure was not, however, acknowledged by any of the parties who had made the previous statements. Nevertheless, it served to draw down the vengeance of the populace of Tiverton on Mr. Chave, and he narrowly escaped with his life. 2 years afterwards, however, Mr. Colton published the following remarks upon this subject in Notes to Hypocrisy, a satire. An affair is still going on in this neighbourhood, and known to the public by the title of the Sandford Ghost, which might puzzle the materialism of Hume, or the immaterialism of Berkeley. Here we have an invisible and incomprehensible agent, producing visible and sensible effects. The real truth is that the slightest shadow of an explanation has not yet been given, and that there exists no good grounds even for suspecting anyone. The public were given to understand that the disturbances had ceased, whereas it is well known to all in this neighbourhood that they continue with unabating influence to this hour. We were told by way of explanation that the whole affair was a trick of the tenant, who wished to purchase the house cheap, the stale solution of all haunted houses. But such an idea never entered his thoughts, even if the present proprietors were able to sell the house, but it happens to be entailed. And at the very time when this was said, all the neighbourhood knew that Mr. Chave was unremitting in his exertions to procure another habitation in Sandford on any terms. And to confirm this, these disturbances have at length obliged the whole family to make up their minds to quit the premises at a very great loss and inconvenience. If these nocturnal and diurnal visitations are the effects of a plot, the agents are marvellously secret and indefatigable. It has been going on more than 3 years, and if it be the result of human machination, there must be more than 60 persons concerned in it. Now I cannot but think it rather strange that a secret by which no one can possibly get anything should be so well kept, particularly when I inform the public what the newspapers would not or could not acquaint them with, namely, that a reward of £250 has been offered for anyone who can give such information as may lead to a discovery. Nearly 2 years have elapsed, and no claimant has appeared. I myself, who have been abused as the dupe at one time and the promoter of this affair at another, was the first to come forward with £100, and the late Mayor of Tiverton has now an instrument in his hands, empowering him to call on me for the payment of that sum to anyone who can explain the cause of the phenomena. When the manifestations ceased, if they even have now, we cannot learn, but it certainly would appear to be the case that no sure and unqualified exposure of the affair has ever yet been given. End of section 132.
Section 133 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 133. Skipsea Castle. Skipsea, an out-of-the-way Yorkshire village on the sea-coast between Bridlington and Hornsea, is celebrated for one of the most enduring apparitions on record. The White Lady of Skipsea, as this phantom is styled, has haunted the old castle, of which, nowadays, little more than the foundations remain, ever since the days of William the Conqueror. The Skipsea ghost, whose local habitation no native of the place would venture near after nightfall, is described as haunting the castle mound and its vicinity in the form of a beautiful young woman of mournful aspect, attired in long white drapery. Occasionally she may be seen flitting about the entrenchments or slopes of the castle mound, and at times, even in the daylight, she is seen wandering about the precincts of what was formerly her home. No ill effects are reported to follow the appearance of this apparition, whose story is detailed by Mr. F. Ross in his interesting Yorkshire Legends and Traditions, now appearing in the Leeds Mercury, in these words. The White Lady was the wife of Drogo de Bevere, a Flemish soldier of fortune, who took up arms under the banner of the Norman Duke William, and the army he assembled together for the conquest of England. He was a good and valiant soldier, and fought with great bravery at the Battle of Hastings, for which he was rewarded by Duke William, when he had subdued Northumbria, with a grant of the district of Holderness, which he constituted a seigneury, and made Drogo the first lord, who went to reside there, and erected a castle at Skipsea, as a defence against the Danes, who were wont to land at Flamborough, and to serve as his caput baronium, where he exercised a semi-regal rule over the district. Although a brave warrior, he was tyrannical and oppressive to the Angles and Danes of Holderness, whose lands had been reft from them in his behoof, and whom he reduced to complete serfdom. He was subject to ungovernable bursts of passion, and, when in this mood, would perpetrate the grossest acts of cruelty and injustice. He was also exceedingly covetous and avaricious, as was evidenced by his seizure by forcible means of the lands in Holderness belonging to St. John's Church at Beverley, which had been especially confirmed to the canons by King William, but these he was compelled to disgorge. As a further proof of his favor, the Conqueror gave him one of his nieces in marriage, whose identity has not been clearly ascertained, but who, possibly, from the obscurity in which she is enveloped, may have been a granddaughter of William's mother, Hertiva, by her second marriage. However this may be, they were married, and he carried her down to his Yorkshire domain, where they resided together at Skipsea Castle. The marriage does not appear to have been a happy one. Their tempers were incompatible. He was brutal in his tastes and manners, delighting only in war, the chase, and tyrannizing over his menials and tenants. She, gentle and refined, as were the Norman ladies of the period. He always treated her with churlishness, often with savage barbarity, frequently threatened her with death, and, at length, in a fit of fierce passion, caused her to be poisoned. The deed was no sooner perpetrated than Drogo perceived his folly, feeling assured that her uncle would take vengeance upon him for it, and that the result would be a confiscation of his seigneury, and his execution as a murderer. His craft and subtlety, however, served him well in this crisis. His victim was scarcely cold when he mounted the fleetest horse in his stable and rode southwards, bating neither whip nor spur till he reached the court of the king. He represented to the latter that he is very desirous of taking his wife across sea to Flanders to show her the land of his birth, and introduce her to his family. The king applauded the idea, and granted his permission for them to leave England, upon which Drogo represented that the domain which had been given him was of so poor a nature that it would grow nothing but oats, that a great portion of it consisted but of woodland and morass, so that he was utterly destitute of the means of taking shipping to cross the sea. "If that be all," said the king, "you shall not be balked of your pleasure trip for want of money." And he gave him an order on his exchequer for a sum sufficient for the purpose. As soon as he got the money, he took leave of the king, hastened to the seaside, and set sail for Flanders. He had not been gone long when a messenger arrived from Skipsea, who informed the king of the death of his niece, and the manner of it. Upon receipt of this intelligence, the king sent a body of horsemen after the murderer, with instructions to bring him back, alive or dead. But Drogo had too much start, and eluded the pursuit, arriving in due course in Flanders. But what was his after fate, records tell not. We have no account of the place of burial of the unfortunate lady. There was no church at Skipsea at the time of the Doomsday survey, but we find that Stephen, Earl of Albemarle, Lord of the Signory, in the time of Rufus, gave his church of the castle of Skipsea to the monastery of Albemarle, and it is probable that within its walls her body was deposited. Her spirit, however, seems not to have found a resting place. For the past 800 years has been wandering about the scene of her unhappy wifehood. The phantom has not appeared in recent years, but in the Hull Advertiser, early in the present century, we have an account of the apparition having been seen. The editor prefaces the account by saying, "In introducing the following singular article, it may be necessary to state that the writer, as well as the two persons upon whose testimony the circumstances rest, are well known to us, and above all suspicion of having thus resisted anything save what they believed to be strictly correct." The writer states that he was visiting a lady in Holderness, when the conversation of the party then assembled turned upon supernatural appearances, the lady expressing the opinion that they were owing to some misapprehension of the senses, upon which a gentleman of the party, of unimpeachable character, said that he was under the necessity of differing from the lady. "For," said he, "almost 10 years ago, I was travelling on horseback one afternoon from Bridlington to Hornsey, and just as I was descending the brow of a hill on the south of Skipsea, I observed a woman, apparently young, dressed in white, walking a little before me on my left hand, between the hedge and the road. Supposing that she had been visiting at a house on the top of the hill, I turned my head to see if there were any persons in attendance at the door, but the door was shut, and none to be seen. My curiosity now being greater than before to know who this genteel person was, I followed her the distance of 20 or 30 yards down the hill, which was 100 or 150 yards long, and expected when she got to the bottom, where there was a small brook, that I should meet her in attempting to gain the carriage bridge. But to my great astonishment, when she approached the brook, instead of turning to the right to gain the bridge, she vanished from my sight at the very time that my eyes were fixed upon her. As soon as I got home, I related the strange affair to my family, and as it was light, and I had not previously been thinking about apparitions, nor was I ever in the habit of speculating on such subjects, I am firmly persuaded that what I saw was one. The lady of the house said that the recital had made a greater impression on her than anything she had ever heard before. "For," continued she, "about 5 years ago I had a servant who was a young man of good character, and of a bold, active disposition, one who professed a disregard for any extraordinary appearances. In the month of November, about Martinmas time, he requested leave to go to Bridlington, and also to be accommodated with a horse, which was granted him. Being very desirous to make a long holiday of it, He rose early in the morning and set off 2 hours before daybreak, but, to our very great surprise, returned home early in the afternoon, before it was dark. On being questioned if anything was the matter with him, he replied that he had been so much alarmed that he was resolved never to travel alone in the dark if he could avoid it. "For, as I was cantering along Skipsey Lane in the morning, bending forward with my face downwards, the horse suddenly bolted from the road to such a distance that I was very nearly dismounted. On recovering myself, and looking about to discover what had frightened my horse, I saw a fine lady, dressed in white, with something like a black veil over her head, standing close by. How I got to Skipsey I cannot tell, but I was so frightened that I durst go no further, but walked up and down the hill till it was light, when I found some persons going the same road, whom I accompanied to Bridlington." End of section 133. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Section 134 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 134. Smith Hills Hall. Smith Hills Hall, Hollowell, Lancashire, the seat of Richard Henry Ainsworth, Esquire, is one of those lovely and picturesque ancestral abodes for which England is famous. It is replete with the subdued charms which only antiquity can generate, and which no amount of expenditure, however lavish, can create. The origin of the splendid old mansion is lost in the proverbial mist of ages. Historians retrace its story to the time of the so-called Saxon Heptarchy, and, as if in confirmation of this remote ancestry, an ancient gateway bears the date of 680. Less mythical records of the place and its various owners are carried back to the early part of the 14th century, when the lord of the manor of Smith Hills was a William Radcliffe. Subsequently, an heiress by marriage carried this manor and the estates into the Barton family, and from that family it passed by purchase in 1801 into the possession of the Ainsworths, by whom it is still held. In a description of this ancient mansion, recently given in the Bolton Journal, it is said, "Smith Hills Hall requires to be sought for. It lies far from the road, which curves in its course, thus effectually hiding it from the public gaze. When reached, the full beauty of the building is not at once seen, but passing through an arched gateway, the south front is disclosed to view. Emerging by the gateway with the 680 inscribed above it, the visitor finds himself in the antique courtyard at the head of a beautiful lawn, reached by a flight of steps. Turning from the view before us to admire the architecture and appearance of the old building, one is impressed with the air of calm repose which seems to rest over all. The old Lancashire lath and plaster style of building is everywhere apparent. Black beams, placed obliquely on a ground of dazzling whiteness, with ornamentations of quatrefoil standing out in charming relief, present a pleasing picture of the taste of our ancestors in matters architectural. The ivy clusters lovingly over porch and walls, the effect on the 680 gateway being especially lovely. The old-fashioned domestic chapel forms a wing to the east of the block, and around this, too, clusters the loving parasite, the healthy hue of green blending charmingly with the stained windows, rich in design, and commemorative of the heraldry of past and present of Smith Hills. The writer then proceeds to speak of the interior of this fine old place, rich wainscotings, its oaken mouldings, and of the other relics of the past, but then recurs, as must all who mention Smith Hills Hall, to the mysterious footprint, to the far-famed bloody footstep seen on the stone in the passage leading to the chapel. Above the indelible footstep is a plate bearing the inscription, "Footprint of the Reverend George Marsh, of Dean, martyr, who was examined at Smith Hills and burnt at Chester in the reign of Queen Mary." The legend connected with this marvelous relic of the past is thus given in the local journal. Robert Barton, at one time owner of Smith Hills, was the famous magistrate before whom George Marsh, the martyr of Dean, appeared in 1555 to answer for his Protestant faith. Tradition describes Mr. Barton as a zealous bigot and alleges rude treatment on his part towards the martyr. It was after the examination before this worthy that, it is stated, Marsh, descending the stairs leading from the courtroom, stamped his foot on the stones, and looking up to heaven appealed to God for the justness of his cause, and prayed that there might in that place remain a constant memorial of the wickedness and injustice of his enemies. The print of a man's foot remaining to this present day is such constant memorial. A tradition in the place, a resident of Smith Hills Hall informs us, says the stone bearing the imprint of the mysterious footprint was once removed and cast into a neighboring wood. The ghostly noises became so troublesome in consequence that the stone had to be restored to its original position. Nathaniel Hawthorne, the famous American novelist, at one time enjoyed the hospitality of Smith Hills Hall. The legend of the bloody footstep made an intense and lasting impression upon his mind, and in 3 separate instances he founded fictions upon it. He saw the bloody footstep, as he says himself, with his own eyes, and from the lips of his hostess heard the particulars of its origin, either from what he heard or imagined, about this weird symbol of a bygone crime. He gave, in his romance of Septimus, the following story is that of the bloody footstep. On the threshold of one of the doors of Smith Hills Hall there is a bloody footstep impressed into the doorstep, and ruddy as if the bloody foot had just trodden there. And it is averred that, on a certain night of the year, and at a certain hour of the night, if you go and look at the doorstep, you will see the mark wet with fresh blood. Some have pretended to say that this appearance of blood was but dew. But can dew redden a cambric handkerchief? Will it crimson the fingertips when you touch it? And that is what the bloody footstep will surely do when the appointed night and hour come round. It is needless to tell you all the strange stories that have survived to this day about the old hall, and how it is believed that the master of it, owing to his ancient science, has still a sort of residence there and control of the place, and how in one of the chambers there is still his antique table and his chair, and some rude old instruments and machinery and a book, and everything in readiness, just as if he might still come back to finish some experiment. One of the chief things to which the old lord applied himself was to discover the means of prolonging his own life, so that its duration should be indefinite, if not infinite, and such was his science, that he was believed to have attained this magnificent and awful purpose. The object of the Lord of Smith Hills Hall was to take a life from the course of nature, and nature did not choose to be defrauded, so that, great as was the power of this scientific man over her, she would not consent that he should escape the necessity of dying at his proper time, except upon condition of sacrificing some other life for his. And this was to be done once for every 30 years that he chose to live, 30 years being the amount of a generation of man. And if in any way, in that time, this Lord could be the death of a human being, that satisfied the requisition, and he might live on. There was but one human being whom he cared for. That was a beautiful kinswoman, an orphan, whom his father had brought up, and dying left to his care. He saw that she, if anyone, was to be the person whom the sacrifice demanded, and that he might kill 20 others without effect, but if he took the life of this one, it would make the charm strong and good. He did slay this pure young girl. He took her into the wood near the house, an old wood that is standing yet, with some of its magnificent oaks. There he plunged a dagger into her heart. He buried her in the wood, and returned to the house, and as it happened, he had set his right foot in her blood, and his shoe was wet in it, and by some miraculous fate it left a track all along the wood path, and into the house, and on the stone steps of the threshold, and up into the chamber. The servants saw it the next day, and wondered and whispered, and missed the fair young girl, and looked askance at their lord's right foot, and turned pale, all of them. Next, the legend says that Sir Forester was struck with horror at what he had done, and fled from his old hall, and was gone full many a day. But all the while he was gone, there was the mark of a bloody footstep impressed upon the stone doorstop of the hall. The legend says that wherever Sir Forester went, in his wanderings about the world, he left a bloody track behind him. Once he went to the king's court, and there, being a track up to the very throne, the king frowned upon him, so that he never came there any more. Nobody could tell how it happened. His foot was not seen to bleed, only there was the bloody track behind him. At least this unfortunate lord deemed it best to go back to his own hall, where, living among faithful old servants born in the family, he could hush the matter up better than elsewhere. So home he came, and there he saw the bloody track on the doorstep, and dolefully went into the hall, and up the stairs, an old servant ushering him into his chamber, and half a dozen others following behind, gazing, shuddering, pointing with quivering fingers, looking horror-stricken in one another's pale faces. By and by he vanished from the old hall, but not by death, for, from generation to generation, they say that a bloody track is seen around that house, and sometimes it is traced up into the chambers, so fresh that you see he must have passed a short time before. And this is the legend, said Hawthorne, of the bloody footstep, which I myself have seen at the hall door. It will be seen, however, how widely different is the story told by the great American romancist, as that given by the owner of Smith Hill's Hall, and believed in by the tenants around. Whether the author of Septimus really had any traditional authority for his version, or whether he evolved the whole recital from the depth of his imagination, it would be difficult to say. End of section 134. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 135 of Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 135. Sutor Fell. Harriet Martineau, in her description of the English lakes, writes, "The ascent of Saddleback may begin behind Threlkeld, up a path which the villagers will point out. But an easier way is to diverge from the main road some way farther on, by the road to Heskett, near the village of Scales. The hillside path is to be taken which leads along Sutor Fell, by the side of the stream which descends from Scales Tarn. This part is the very home of superstition and romance. This Sutor or Sutra Fell is the mountain on which ghosts appeared in myriads at intervals during 10 years of the last century, presenting the same appearances to 26 chosen witnesses, and to all the inhabitants of all the cottages within view of the mountain, and for a space of 2 hours and a half at one time, the spectral show being closed by darkness. The mountain, be it remembered, is full of precipices, which defy all marching of bodies of men, and the north and west sides present a sheer perpendicular of 900 feet. On Midsummer Eve 1735, a farm servant of Mr. Lancaster, half a mile from the mountain, saw the eastern side of its summit covered with troops, which pursued their onward march for an hour. They came in distinct bodies from an eminence on the north end and disappeared in a niche in the summit. When the poor fellow told his tale, he was insulted on all hands, as original observers usually are when they see anything wonderful. 2 years after, also on a Midsummer Eve, Mr. Lancaster saw some men there, apparently following their horses, as if they had returned from hunting. He thought nothing of this, but he happened to look up again 10 minutes after and saw the figures, now mounted, and followed by an interminable array of troops, 5 abreast, marching from the eminence and over the cleft as before. All the family saw this and the manoeuvres of the force, as each company was kept in order by a mounted officer, who galloped this way and that. As the shades of twilight came on, the discipline appeared to relax, and the troops intermingled and rode at unequal paces, till all was lost in darkness. Now, of course, all the Lancasters were insulted, as their servant had been, but their justification was not long delayed. On the Midsummer Eve of the fearful 1745, 26 persons expressly summoned by the family saw all that had been seen before, and more. Carriages were now interspersed with the troops, and everybody knew that no carriages had been or could be on the summit of Sutor Fell. The multitude was beyond imagination, for the troops filled a space of half a mile and marched quickly till night hid them, still marching. There was nothing vaporous or indistinct about the appearance of these spectres. So real did they seem that some of the people went up the next morning to look for hoof marks of the horses, and awful it was to them to find not one footprint on heather or grass. The witnesses attested the whole story on oath before a magistrate, and fearful were the expectations held by the whole countryside about the coming events of the Scotch rebellion. It now came out that 2 other persons had seen something of the sort in the interval, viz. in 1743, but had concealed it to escape the insults to which their neighbours were subjected. Mr. Wren of Wilton Hall and his farm servant saw one summer evening a man and a dog on the mountain, pursuing some horses along a place so steep that a horse could hardly by any possibility keep a footing on it. Their speed was prodigious, and their disappearance at the south end of the fell so rapid that Mr. Wren and the servant went up the next morning to find the body of the man who must have been killed. Of man, horse, or dog they found not a trace, and they came down and held their tongues. When they did speak, they fared not much the better for having 26 sworn comrades in their disgrace. As for the explanation, the editor of the Lonsdale Magazine declared, Volume 2, page 313, that it was discovered that on the Midsummer Eve of 1745, the rebels were exercising on the western coast of Scotland, whose movements had been reflected by some transparent vapour similar to the Fata Morgana. This is not much in the way of an explanation, but it is, as far as we know, all that can be had at present. These facts, however, brought out a good many more, as the spectral march of the same kind seen in Leicestershire in 1707, and the tradition of the tramp of armies over Helvellyn on the eve of the Battle of Marston Moor. We have allowed Harriet Martineau to tell her tale in her own words without comment, but on reference to our chapter on Edge Hill in the first series of this work, something pertinent to the theme will be found. End of section 135. Read by David Holmes.
Section 136 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rob Marland. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 126. Swinsty Hall. In the picturesque valley of the Washburn, high up on the right bank, in the parish of Otley, stands Swinsty Hall. It is a large building in a kind of Elizabethan architecture, says Mr. William Grange, and on its first creation would, doubtless, be considered a great, grand, and glorious mansion, with its many gables and multitudinous windows. The greatest wonder is to see it here at all, in such a lonely place. It has been built in a substantial manner and at a heavy cost. The ground plan is that of an irregular quadrangle, with a projecting wing on the north-west. The south front is the most interesting portion, 3 stories in height. The central rooms, the fronts of which project some distance from the main line on the first and second floors, are each lighted by a window of 20 lights, divided by a transom, which gives 40 openings in all. Indeed, that side has much the appearance of an enormous lantern. Swinsty Hall, continues Mr. Grange, has fallen somewhat from its high estate in modern times, stripped of its antique furniture, and now, i.e. 1864, occupied by the families of 4 farmers. A giant or enchanter with a rambling ghost or two would be a much more appropriate tenantry. The barns and outhouses clustered around give it quite a singular and unique appearance. A kind of old hobgoblin hall, now somewhat fallen to decay, with weather stains upon the wall, and stairways worn, and crazy doors, and creaking and uneven floors, and chimneys huge and tall. A region of repose, it seems, a place of slumber and of dreams, remote among the wooded hills, for there no noisy railway speeds, in torch race, scattering smoke and gleeds. But noon and night the parting teams stop under the great oaks that throw tangles of light and shade below on roofs and doors and window sills. Singular to relate, continues Mr. Grange, there is no road to this house deserving of the name, the principal carriage road being a mere random trackway across the unenclosed common, so that it may be said to be isolated from the world, or rather, to form a little old-fashioned world of its own. There is, as might be guessed, a strange, weird legend connected with this old, out-of-the-way dwelling, and it is generally told, says Mr. Grange, in the following way. The builder of the hall was a man of the name of Robinson, who, in his youth, was a poor weaver, and resided in a humble cottage near where the hall now stands. The cottage, now doing duty as a cow-house, yet remains to vouch for the truth of the story. This young man left his humble home, travelled to London at a time when the plague was raging in that city, when death had left many houses totally uninhabited and desolate, wherein no survivors were left to bury the dead, and no heirs to claim their wealth. Our North Country adventurer, seeing this state of things, not forgetting himself amid the general mourning and confusion, took possession of the gold thus left without an owner, to such an extent that he loaded a wagon and team of horses with the wealth thus acquired, with which he returned homeward, and in due time again reached the place of his birth. But the story of the plague had reached the place as soon as himself and his gold, and none of his former neighbours would admit him into their dwellings for fear of contagion. So he took up his abode in a barn, which still remains. In order to cleanse his gold from any infectious taint which might possibly cling to it, Robinson washed the whole carefully in the Greenwell spring, which well yet remains, bearing the same name. With the wealth thus acquired, he purchased the estate and built the hall at Swinsty. For a considerable period, many generations of Robinsons enjoyed the property, until, at last, it passed by marriage to the Bramleys, who still enjoy it, or did quite recently. But, according to popular faith, the founder of the family, the original possessor of the hall, cannot cleanse himself so readily as he did his gold from its contamination. His troubled spirit still haunts the old spot. At certain times, those who are gifted with the faculty of seeing apparitions may behold that of Robinson bending over the Greenwell spring, and striving to cleanse his strangely acquired coin even more spectral than himself. There he bends, and rubs, and rubs, and rubs away at his ghastly spoil, and never seems satisfied that it is freed from its taint, or perhaps from its stains. Who knows? End of section 136.
Section 137 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 137, Sykes Lub Farm. In a secluded dell on the banks of Mellowbrook, says Mr. T.T. Wilkinson, not far from the famous Old Hall of Samlesbury near Blackburn, a haunted old hall, whereof an account will be found in these pages, stands a lonely farmhouse, which was occupied for many generations by a family named Sykes. They gave their name to the homestead, or vice versa, on its being cleared from the forest, and from the fact of the pastures lying at a short distance from a broad and deep portion of the brook. It became generally known by the name of Sykes Lub Farm. This Sykes family, however, as Mr. Wilkinson records, have long since passed to dust, and many generations of strangers have dwelt on their lands. But the doings of one particular member of the race have been handed down, from year to year, by tradition, and still exercise a potent influence upon the minds of the surrounding population. Before referring to the especial tradition for which Sykes Lub Farm is noted, it may be as well to point out that it possesses an uncanny reputation for a supernatural inhabitant, other than the apparition from which its fame is chiefly derived. In one work by Mr. Wilkinson, it is referred to as the residence of a noted boggart, or domestic familiar, in these terms. When in good humour, this noted goblin will milk the cows, pull the hay, fodder the cattle, harness the horses, load the carts, and stack the crops. When irritated by the utterance of some unguarded expression or mock disrespect, either from the farmer or his servants, the cream mugs are then smashed to atoms. No butter can be obtained by churning. The horses and other cattle are turned loose or driven into the woods. 2 cows will sometimes be found fastened in the same stall. No hay can be pulled from the mow, and all the while the wicked imp sits gritting with delight upon one of the crossbeams in the barn. At other times the horses are unable to draw the empty carts across the farmyard. If loaded, they are upset, whilst the cattle tremble with fear without any visible cause, nor do the inmates of the house experience any better or gentler usage. During the night the clothes are said to be violently torn from off the beds of the offending parties, whilst, by invisible hands, they themselves are dragged down the stone stairs by the legs, one step at a time, after a most uncomfortable manner. The way in which this boggart is described as haunting Sykes Lub Farm is in no way out of the common, especially in Lancashire and the neighbouring counties. But it is of interest in this case as showing the popular belief that the place is troubled in some way. In what way the house and grounds are really believed to be, or until recently to have been, haunted, is thus described in Roby and Wilkinson's Lancashire Legends and William Dobson's Rambles by the Riddle. In the days when the farm was owned by old Sykes and his wife, careful living and more than ordinary thrift enabled the old couple to gather together a fair amount of wealth, which, added to the continual hoarding of the farmer's ancestor, caused the pair to be regarded as wonderfully rich in those days. Whatever the facts as to their wealth may have been, they saw its possession ultimately jeopardized by civil troubles and national famine. It was their chief, if not their only object of affection, as they had neither son nor daughter, nor any other object upon which to expend their love. Therefore, the risk of losing it gave them more than ordinary anxiety. Old Sykes does not appear to have clung to the darling hoard with half the affection displayed by his worthy consort. Her dread of losing it was intense. Besides, says our chief authority, she had no notion of becoming dependent upon the bounty of the southwest of the hall, nor did she relish the idea of soliciting charity at the gates of the lordly abbot of Whalley. The treasure was therefore carefully secured in earthenware jars, and was then buried deep beneath the roots of an apple tree in the orchard. Years passed away, and the troubles of the country did not cease. The Yorkists, at length, lost the ascendancy, and the reins of the government passed into the hands of the Lancasterians, until at last the northern feud was healed by the mingling of the white rose with the red. Henry VII sat upon the throne with Elizabeth of York as queen, but ere peace thus blessed the land, old Sykes had paid the debt of nature and left his widow the sole possessor of their buried wealth. She, too, soon passed away, and as the legend asserts, so suddenly that she had no opportunity to disclose the place where she had deposited their treasure. Rumor had not failed to give her the credit of being possessed of considerable wealth, but although her relatives made diligent search, they were unsuccessful in discovering the place of the hidden jars. The farm passed into other hands, and old Sykes's wife might have been forgotten, had not her ghost, unable to find rest, continued occasionally to visit the old farmhouse. Many a time, in the dusk of the evening, have the neighboring peasants met an old wrinkled woman, dressed in ancient garb, passing along the gloomy road which leads across the Lum. But fear always prevented them from speaking. She never lifted her head, but helped herself noiselessly along by means of a crooked stick, which bore no resemblance to those then in use. At times she was seen in the old barn, on other occasions in the house, but more frequently in the orchard, standing by an apple tree, which still flourished over the place where the buried treasure was afterwards said to have been found. Generations passed away, and still her visits continued. One informant minutely described her withered visage, her short, quaintly cut gown, her striped petticoat, and her stick. He was so much alarmed that he ran away from the place, notwithstanding that he had engaged to perform some urgent work. She was not there, he gravely said, when I went to pluck an apple, but no sooner did I raise my hand towards the fruit than she made her appearance just before me. At last, it is said, an occupier of the farm, when somewhat elated by liquor, ventured to question her as to the reasons of her visits. She returned no answer, but, after moving slowly towards the stump of an old apple tree, she pointed significantly towards a portion of the orchard which had never been disturbed. On search being made, the treasure was found deep down in the earth, and as the soil was being removed, the venerable-looking shade was seen standing on the edge of the trench. When the last jar was lifted out, an unearthly smile passed over her withered features. Her bodily form became less and less distinct, until at last it disappeared altogether. Since then, the old farmhouse has ceased to be haunted. Old Sykes's wife is believed to have found eternal rest. But there are yet many, both old and young, who walk with quickened pace past the Lum whenever they are belated, fearful lest they should be once more confronted with the dreaded form of its unearthly visitor. End of section 137.
Section 138 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 138. Tunstead Farm. Tunstead Farmhouse is about 1.5 miles from Chapel-on-Leyfirth in Derbyshire, and is only distinguished from numberless other English farmhouses by the fact that it is the possessor of a most eccentric skull. John Hutchinson, in his Tour Through the High Peak, published in 1809, remarks that this skull, although popularly known by the not very reverent male cognomen of Dicky, has always been said to be that of a female. Why it should have been baptized with a name belonging to the male sex seems, as Hutchinson says, somewhat anomalous, still not more wonderful than a many, if not all, of its very singular pranks and services. To enumerate all the particulars of the incalculably serviceable acts and deeds done by Dicky would form a wonder, but not a wonder past belief, for hundreds of the inhabitants of the locality for miles around have full and firm faith in its mystical performances. How long it has been located at the present house is not known. Of whose body in the flesh it was a member is equally as mysterious, save that it is said, but what has not been said about it, that is not pure fiction, that one of two co-heiresses residing here was murdered, and who declared, in her dying moments, that her bones should remain in the place forever. It is further said that the skull did not, some years back, appear the least decayed. Hutchinson's account is supplemented by Mr. William Andrews in his Historic Romance with these remarks: "It is believed that if the skull be removed everything on the farm will go wrong. The cows will be dry and barren, the sheep have the rot, and the horses fall down, breaking their knees and otherwise injuring themselves." The most amusing part of the superstition connected with Dickey is the following. When the London and North Western Railway to Manchester was being made, the foundations of a bridge gave way in the yielding sand and bog on the side of the reservoir, and after several attempts to build the bridge had failed, it was found necessary to divert the highway and pass it under the railway on higher ground. These engineering failures were attributed to the malevolent influence of Dickey, but when the road was diverted it was bridged successfully, because no longer on Dickey's territory. The influence thus exercised by the Tunstead skull against the construction of so unghostly a work as a railroad inspired Samuel Laycock, the Lancashire bard, to publish, in a local paper, a poetic address to Dickey. End of section 138. Read by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 139 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 139, Ullswater. In a volume styled News from the Invisible World, the following story is related, as given from an account drawn up by the lady herself, who was most literally exact and faithful to the truth. Miss Elizabeth Smith, the lady referred to, was the daughter of Colonel Smith of Piercefield on the River Wye, and the marvellous incident is said to have happened to her during her residence at Ullswater in the winter of 1800. The version of the story, given in the above volume, is as follows. There is, on the western side of Ullswater, a fine cataract, or, in the language of the country, a force, known by the name of Ara Force, and it is of importance enough, especially in rainy seasons, to attract numerous visitors from among the Lakers. Thither with some purpose of sketching, not the whole scene, but some picturesque feature of it, Miss Smith was gone, quite unaccompanied. The road to it lies through Gobsara Park, and it was usual, at that time, to take a guide from the family of the Duke of Norfolk's keeper, who lived in Lyulph's Tower, a solitary hunting lodge, built by his grace for the purpose of an annual visit, which he used to pay to his estates in that part of England. She, however, thinking herself sufficiently familiar with the localities, had declined to encumber her movements with such an attendant. Consequently, she was alone. For half an hour or more she continued to ascend, and being a good cragswoman, from the experience she had won in Wales as well as in northern England, she had reached an altitude much beyond what would generally be thought corresponding to the time occupied. The path had vanished altogether, but she continued to trace out one for herself amongst the stones which had fallen from the force, sometimes approaching much nearer to the openings allowed by the broken nature of the rock. Pressing forward in this manner, and still never looking back, all at once she found herself in a little stony chamber, from whence there was no egress possible in advance. She stopped and looked up. There was a frightful silence in the air. She felt a sudden palpitation at her heart, and a panic from she knew not what. Turning, However, hastily she soon wound herself out of this aerial dungeon, but by steps so rapid and agitated that, at length, on looking round, she found herself standing at the brink of a chasm, frightful to look down. That way, it was clear enough, all retreat was impossible, but, on turning round, retreat seemed in every direction alike quite impossible. Down the chasm, at least, she might have leaped, though with little or no chance of escaping with life, but in all other quarters it seemed to her eye that at no price could she effect an exit, since the rocks stood round her in a semicircle, all lofty, all perpendicular, all glazed with trickling water, or smooth as polished porphyry. Yet how, then, had she reached the point? The same track, if she could discover it, would surely secure her escape. Round and round she walked, gazed with almost despairing eyes. Her breath came thicker and thicker, for path she could not trace by which it was possible for her to have entered. Finding herself grow more and more confused, and every instant near to sinking into some fainting fit or convulsion, she resolved to sit down and turn her thoughts quietly into some less exciting channel. This she did, gradually recovered some self-possession, and then suddenly a thought rose up to her that she was in the hands of God, and that He would not forsake her. Once again she rose, and supporting herself upon a little sketching stool that folded up into a stick, she looked upwards in the hope that some shepherd might, by chance, be wandering in those aerial regions. But nothing could she see except the tall birches growing at the brink of the highest summits, and the clouds sailing overhead. Suddenly, however, as she swept the whole circuit of her station with her alarmed eye, she saw clearly, about 200 yards beyond her own position, a lady in a white muslin morning robe, such as were then universally worn by young ladies until dinner time. The lady beckoned with a gesture, and in a manner that, in a moment, gave her confidence to advance. How, she could not guess, but in some way that baffled all power to retrace it. She found instantaneously the outlet which previously had escaped her. She continued to advance towards the lady, whom now, in the same moment, she found to be standing upon the other side of the force, and also to be her own sister. How or why that young lady, whom she had left at home earnestly occupied with her own studies, should have followed and overtaken her, filled her with perplexity. But this was no situation for putting questions, for the guiding sister began to descend, and by a few simple gestures, just serving to indicate when Miss Elizabeth was to approach and when to leave the brink of the torrent, she gradually led her down to a platform of rock from which the further descent was safe and conspicuous. There Miss Smith paused, in order to take breath from her panic, as well as to exchange greetings and questions with her sister. The sister was none. All trace of her had vanished, and when 2 hours after she reached her home, Miss Smith found her sister in the same situation and employment in which she had left her, and the whole family assured Elizabeth that her sister had never stirred from the house. End of section 139.
Section 140 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram, Section 140. Watteau Hall. Mr. William Dobson's interesting rambles by the Ribble furnish one or two accounts of local dwellings laboring under the uncanny odor of being haunted. Mr. Dobson, although evidently no believer in ghosts and unable to resist the temptation of having a fling at their erratic courses, tells of their doings with a chronicler's exactitude. Writing in 1864, our authority says that Watteau Hall in the township of Waddington, Yorkshire, was then in the occupation of James Garnett, Esquire, Mayor of Clitheroe. The property of the Ramsden family. Watteau Hall is situated in a pleasant park, which, though not of great extent, is of great beauty. The house stands on a knoll, with pleasant woodlands about it. At the foot of a gentle slope flows the Ribble. The castle and church of Clitheroe are seen to advantage, the smoke only indicating where the town of Clitheroe lies, an intervening hill hiding the town itself from view. The mansion contains many portraits of its former owners and various members of their family, but the main interest of Watteau appears to arise from its being the scene of an old legend which the folks of Clitheroe and the neighbouring Yorkshire villages are never weary of repeating, and for the truth of which they are perfectly willing to vouch. Many of the older inhabitants of Clitheroe and Waddington would as soon doubt the Scriptures as they would a single iota of the following tradition. In the grounds of Watteau, and near the banks of the Ribble, there is a spring called Pego Nell's well, and good water the spring sendeth forth in plenty. Near the spring is a headless, now almost shapeless figure, said to be a representation of the famous Peg herself. Pego Nell, as I learned, says Mr. Dobson, was a young woman who in days of yore was a servant at Watteau Hall. On one occasion she was going to the well for water, the very well that to this day supplies the hall with water for culinary purposes. She had a quarrel with the lord or lady of Watteau, who in a spirit of anger, not common, it is to be hoped, with masters and mistresses, wished that she might fall and break her neck. It was winter, and the ground was coated with ice. Her pattens tripped in some way or other. Peggy fell, and the sad malediction was fully realized. To be revenged on her evil wisher, Peggy was wont to revisit her former home in the spirit, and torment her master and mistress by making night hideous. Every disagreeable noise that was heard at Watteau was attributed to Peggy. Every accident that occurred in the neighbourhood was through Peggy. No chicken was stolen, no cow died, no sheep strayed, no child was ill, no youth took bad ways, but Peg was the evil genius. When a Watteau farmer had stopped too long at the Dule Ups Dun, and going home late, had slipped off the hipping stones at Brungerley into the river, or a Clitheroe Burgess when in Bowland had like Tam o' Shanter sat too long fast by an ingle bleezing finely, while the ale was growing better, and had fallen off his horse in going home and broken a limb, it was not the host's liquor that was charged with the mishap, but on Peggy's shoulders that the blame was laid. What was worse, in addition to these perpetual annoyances, every 7 years Peg required a life, and the story is that Peg's night, as the time of sacrifice at each anniversary was called, was duly observed, and if no living animal were ready as a septennial offering to her manes, a human being became inexorably the victim. Consequently, it grew to be the custom on Peg's night to drown a bird, or a cat, or dog in the river, and a life being thus given for another 7 years, Peggy was appeased. One night at an inn in the neighbourhood, as the wind blew, and the rattling showers rose on the blast, and as the swollen Ribble roared over the hipping stones, a young man not in the soberest mood had to go from Waddington to Clitheroe. No bridge then spanned the Ribble at Bungerley. The only means of crossing the river was by the stones which Henry VI, in his last struggle for liberty, had tripped over towards Clitherwood. He was told he must not venture over the water, it was not safe. He must be at Clitheroe that night, was his response, and go he would. But, said the young woman of the inn, by way of climax to the other arguments used to induce him not to go onward, it's Paganel's night, and she has not had her life. He cared not for Paganel. He laughed at her alleged requirement, gave loose to his horse's rein, and was soon at Bungerley. The following morning, horse and rider had alike perished, and of course many believed the calamity was through Peg's malevolence. Peg, it is averred, is still as insatiable as ever, and many would dread to dare her wrath. End of section 140. Section 141 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram, Section 141, Wotton Abbey. Mr. F. Ross is contributing a most interesting series of antiquarian, historical, and folklore sketches to the Leeds Mercury entitled Yorkshire Legends and Traditions. Some of these sketches have already been made use of for this volume, and from one on Wotton Abbey, which appeared in the Mercury for June 1884, the following particulars are derived. The Tudor style of building, which goes by the name of Wotton Abbey, never was an abbey, Mr. Ross informs us, but was a Gilbertine priory. It is situated between the towns of Drillfield and Beverley, in a charming sequestered spot surrounded by patriarchal trees. It has been occupied for some years past as a private residence after having served for several years as an educational establishment. The present residence appears to have been erected since the Reformation, and for its erection nearly the whole of the original conventual buildings appear to have been destroyed. 200 years ago, the somewhat extensive remains of the old priory were removed and made use of to repair Bolton Minster. The original nunnery is supposed to have been founded in the earliest period of Anglo-Saxon Christianity. In the 9th century, the establishment is believed to have been destroyed by the Danes, and to have been refounded in the 12th century by Lord Eustace Fitzjohn of Knaresborough at the instigation of Murdoch, Archbishop of York, and in atonement for his manifold crimes. He endowed it with the lordship of Wotton and its appurtenances for the benefit of his own soul and the souls of his parents, relatives, friends, and servants. It was to provide for 13 canons and 36 nuns of the new Gilbertine order, who were to reside in the same block of buildings, but with a party wall for the separation of sexes, the canons to serve the nuns perpetually in terrene as well as in divine matters. Murdoch had obtained preferment from Thursten, Archbishop of York, and when that dignitary died, Murdoch headed the Cistercians against William Fitzherbert, the nephew and nominee of King Stephen for the vacant archbishopric. Appeal was made to Pope Eugenius, and his holiness suspended Fitzherbert, the archbishop-elect. Out of revenge for this, Fitzherbert went with his supporters to Fountains, of which place Murdoch was now abbot, and after an ineffectual search for his rival, set fire to the abbey and retired. The deed caused an immense sensation. Fitzherbert's triumph was short. He was deposed from his archbishopric, and in 1147 Murdoch elected in his stead. Murdoch went to Rome and had his election confirmed by the Pope, but on returning to England found York barred against his entry. He retired to Beverley, but the king refused to recognize him, sequestered the stalls of York, and fined Beverley for harboring him. Murdoch, however, appears to have continued to perform all the functions of his exalted office, even excommunicating certain church dignitaries and laying the northern metropolis under an interdict. He died at Beverley in 1153 and was interred at York Cathedral. Soon after Murdoch's return from Rome, he greatly promoted the welfare of the re-established Wotton, and placed within its walls, for education, with a view of her ultimately taking the veil, a child of about 4 years old. Of this little girl, Mr. Ross furnishes the following story. Elfrida, the child whom Murdoch had placed in the convent, was a merry, vivacious little creature, and whilst but a child was a source of amusement to the sisterhood, who, although prim and demure in bearing, and some of them sour-tempered and acid in their tempers, were wont to smile at her youthful frolics and ringing laugh. But as she grew older, her outbursts of merriment and the sallies of wit that began to animate her conversation were checked, as being inconsistent with the character of a young lady who was now enrolled as a novice, preparatory to taking the veil. As she advanced towards womanhood, her form gradually developed into a most symmetrical figure, and her features became the perfection of beauty, set off with a transparent delicacy of complexion, such as would have rendered her a centre of attraction even among the beauties of a royal court. This excited the jealousy of the sisters, who were chiefly elderly and middle-aged spinsters, whose homely and somewhat coarse features had proved detrimental to their hopes of obtaining husbands. they began to treat her with scornful looks, chilling neglect, and petty persecutions. But when she, later on, evinced a manifest repugnance to convent life, ridiculed the ways of the holy sisters, and even satirized them, they charged her with entertaining rebellious and ungodly sentiments, and subjected her to penances and other modes of wholesome correction, such as they considered would subdue her worldly spirit. Sprightly and light-hearted as she was, Elfrida was not happy, immured as she was within these detested walls, and condemned to assist in wearisome services such as she thought might perhaps be congenial to the souls of her elder sisters, whose hopes of worldly happiness and conjugal endearment had been blighted, but which were altogether unsuited for one so beautiful, for she knew that she was fair, and was vain of her looks, and so cheerful-minded as herself, and she longed with intense desire to escape, mingle with the outer world, and have free intercourse with the other sex. According to the charter of endowment, the lay brethren of the monastery were entrusted with the management of the secular affairs of the nunnery, which necessitated their admission within its portals on certain occasions for conference with the prioress. On these occasions Elfrida would cast furtive and very nun-like glances upon their persons. She was particularly attracted by one of them, a young man of prepossessing mien and seductive style of speech, and she felt her heart beat wildly whenever he came with the other visitors. He noticed her surreptitious glances and saw that she was exceedingly beautiful, and his heart responded to the sentiment he felt that he had inspired in hers. They maintained this silent but eloquent language of love for some time, and soon found means of having stolen interviews under the darkness of night, when vows of everlasting love were interchanged, and led eventually to consequences which at the outset were not dreamt of by the erring pair. Suspicion having been excited by her altered form, she was summoned before her superiors on a charge of transgressing the conventual rules and violating one of the most stringent laws of monastic life, and as concealment was impossible, she boldly confessed her fault, adding that she had no vocation for a convent life, and desired to be banished from the community. This request could not be listened to for a moment. The culprit had brought a scandal and indelible stain upon the fair fame of the house, which must at any cost be concealed from the world, and her open avowal of her guilt raised in the breasts of the pious sisterhood a perfect fury of indignation, and a determination to inflict immediate and condign punishment on her. It was variously suggested that she should be burnt to death, that she should be walled up alive, that she should be flayed, that her flesh should be torn from her bones with red-hot pincers, that she should be roasted to death before a fire, etc. But the more prudent and aged averted these extreme measures, and suggested some milder forms of punishment, which were at once carried out. The miserable object of their vengeance was stripped of her clothing, stretched on the floor, and scourged with rods, until the blood trickled down profusely from her lacerated back. She was then cast into a noisome dungeon, without light, fettered by iron chains to the floor, and supplied with only bread and water, which was administered with bitter taunts and reproaches. Meanwhile the young man, her paramour, had left the monastery, and as the nuns were desirous of inflicting some terrible punishment upon him for his horrible crime, they extorted from Elfrida, under promise that she should be released and given up to him, the confession that he was still in the neighborhood in disguise, and that, not knowing of the discovery that had been made, he would come to visit her and make the usual signal of throwing a stone on the roof over her sleeping cell. The prioress made this known to the brethren of the monastery, and arranged with them for his capture. The following night he came, looked cautiously round, and then threw the stone, when the monks rushed out of ambush, cudgeled him soundly, and then took him a prisoner into the house. The younger part of the nuns, inflamed with a pious zeal, demanded the custody of the prisoner on pretense of gaining further information. Their request was granted, and taking him to an unfrequented part of the convent, they committed on his person such brutal atrocities as cannot be translated without polluting the page on which they are written, and to increase the horror, the lady was brought forth to be witness of the abominable scene. Whilst lying in her dungeon, Elfrida became penitent and conscious of having committed a gross crime, and one night, while sleeping in her fetters, Archbishop Murdoch appeared to her and charged her with having cursed him. She replied that she certainly had cursed him for having placed her in so uncongenial a sphere. Rather curse yourself, said he, for having given way to temptation. So I do, she answered, and I regret having imputed the blame to you. He then exhorted her to repentance and the daily repetition of certain psalms, and then vanished, a vision which afforded her much consolation. The holy sisters were now much troubled on the question of what should be done with the infant, which was expected daily, and preparations were made for its reception, when Elfrida was again visited by the archbishop, accompanied by 2 women who, with the holy aid of the archbishop, safely delivered her of the infant, which they bore away in their arms, covered with a fair white cloth. When the nuns came the next morning, they found her in perfect health and restored to her youthful appearance, without any signs of the accouchement, and charged her with murdering the infant, a very improbable idea, seeing that she was still chained to the floor. She narrated what had occurred, but was not believed. The next night all her fetters were miraculously removed, and when her cell was entered the following morning, she was found standing free, and the chains not to be found. The Father Superior of the convent was then called in, and he invited Allard, abbot of Rievaux, to assist him in the investigation of the case, who decided that it was a miraculous intervention, and the abbot departed, saying, "What God hath cleansed, call not thou common or unclean, and whom he hath loosed, thou mayest not bind." What afterwards became of Elfrida is not stated, but we may presume that after these miraculous events she would be admitted as a thrice holy member of the sisterhood, despite her little peccadillo. Now there is a haunted room in Wotton Abbey, and the spectre which frequents it is popularly known as the Headless Nun of Wotton. The belief of the learned is, however, that the apparition which haunts Wotton is not that of the transgressing nun of the 12th, but a brutally beheaded lady of the 17th century. Mr. Ross opines that the storytellers have confused the 2 traditions and have treated them as one story, regarding the 2 heroines as identical. No one would appear to have seen the possibility of the old place being haunted by 2 ghosts, by rival apparitions. The stories of both the heroines are narrated by Mr. Ross, that of the frail nun being derived from Allard of Rievaux's account. The old monkish chronicler vouches for the truth of his narration, saying, "Let no one doubt the truth of this account, for I was an eyewitness to many of the facts, and the remainder were related to me by persons of such mature age and distinguished position that I cannot doubt the accuracy of their statements." So much for the account of the fair nun. That of her more unfortunate sister as of a comparatively recent date, according to the later tradition as related to us by Mr. Ross, a lady of distinction, who then occupied the house at Wotton, was a devoted royalist in the great Civil War, which resulted in the death of King Charles. It was after the Battle of Marston Moor, which was a death blow to the royalists north of the Humber, and when the parliamentarians dominated the broad lands of Yorkshire, that a party of fanatical Roundheads came into the neighbourhood of Wotton, breathing out threatenings and slaughter against the malignants, and especially against such as still clung to the vile rags of the whore of Babylon, vowing to put all such to the sword. The Lady of Wotton, who was a devout Catholic, heard of this band of Puritan soldiers who were rampaging over the wolds, and of the barbarous murders of which they had been guilty. Her husband was away fighting in the ranks of the king down Oxford way, and she was left without any protector excepting a handful of servants, male and female, who would be of no use against a band of armed soldiers, and it was with great fear and trembling that she heard of their arrival at Drillfield, some 3 or 4 miles distant, where they had been plundering and maltreating the Philistines, fearing more for her infant than herself, as she believed the prevalent exaggerated rumor that it was a favorite amusement with them to toss babies up in the air and catch them on the points of their pikes. At length news was brought that the marauders were on the march to Wotton for the purpose of plundering it as the home of a malignant, and the lady, for better security, shut herself with her child and her jewels in the wainscoted room, hoping in case of extremity to escape by means of the secret stair, and in the meanwhile committed herself and her child to the care of the Virgin Mother. It was not long ere the band of soldiers arrived and hammered at the door, calling aloud for admittance, but met with no response. They were about breaking down the door and went in search of implements for the purpose, when they caught sight of a low archway opening upon the moat, which they guessed to be a side entrance to the house, and crossing the moat they found the stair, which they ascended and came to the panel, which they concluded was a disguised door. A few blows sufficed to dash it open, and they came into the presence of the lady, who was prostrate before a crucifix. Rising up, she demanded what they wanted, and wherefore this rude intrusion. They replied that they had come to despoil the Egyptian who owned the mansion, and if he had been present, to smite him to death as a worshipper of idols and an abomination in the eyes of God. An angry altercation ensued. the lady who possessed a high spirit making a free use of her tongue in upbraidings and reproaches for their dastardly conduct on the wolds of which she had heard, to which they listened very impatiently, and replied in coarse language not fit for a lady's ears, at the same time demanding the plate and other valuables of the house. She scornfully refused to give them up, and told them that if they wanted them they must find them for themselves, and at length so provoked them by her taunts that they cried, "Hew down with the sword the woman of Belial, and the spawn of the malignant," and suiting the action to the word, they caught her child from her arms, dashed his brains out against the wall, and then cut her down and hewed off her head, after which they plundered the house and departed with their spoil. It must not be supposed that these ruffians were a fair specimen of the brave, God-fearing men who fought under Fairfax and put Newcastle and Rupert to flight at Marston Moor, who fought with the sword in one hand and the Bible in the other, who laid the axe at the root of royal arbitrary prerogative, and were the real authors of the civil and religious liberty which we now enjoy. But as in all times of civil commotion, there were evil-minded wretches who, for purposes of plunder, assumed the garb and adopted the phraseology of the noble-minded soldiers of Fairfax and Hampton, and the Ironsides of Cromwell out-Puritaned them in their hypocritical cant, bringing disgrace and scandal upon the armies with which they associated themselves. And such were the villains who despoiled Wotton, and slew so barbarously the poor lady and her infant, and from that time the ghost of the lady has haunted the room in which the deed was perpetrated. In the present house at Wotton, says our authority, there is a chamber wainscoted throughout with panelled oak, one of the panels forming a door so accurately fitted that it cannot be distinguished from the other panels. It is opened by a secret spring and communicates with a stone stair that goes down to the moat, and it may be that the room was a hiding place for the Jesuits or priests of the Catholic Church when they were so ruthlessly hunted down and barbarously executed in the Elizabethan and Jacobean reigns. The room is reputed to be haunted by the ghost of a headless lady with an infant in her arms, who comes or came thither formerly to sleep there nightly, the bedclothes being found the following morning in a disordered state, as they would be after a person had been sleeping in them. If by chance any person had daring enough to occupy the room, the ghost would come, minus the head, dressed in blood-stained garments, with her infant in her arms, and would stand motionless at the foot of the bed for a while, and then vanish. A visitor on one occasion, who knew nothing of the legend, was put to sleep in the chamber, who in the morning stated that his slumbers had been disturbed by a spectral visitant in the form of a lady with bloody raiment and an infant, and that her features bore a strange resemblance to those of a lady whose portrait hung in the room, from which it would appear that on that special occasion she had donned her head. Does not the appearance of this last seen apparition seem to favor the theory, despite our authority's ironical remark, that Wotton may be haunted by the apparition of both the unfortunate women whose stories have just been narrated? End of section 141. Section 142 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 142. Why Collar Hall? Spectre, horsemen, and wild huntsmen throng the traditionary lore of all European nations. Those who wish to trace the theme to its earliest origin should consult Mr. Charles Hardwicke's work on the traditions, superstitions, and folklore of the north of England. A typical legend is related by Sam Bamford in his poem of the Wild Rider, of a Sir Ashton Lever, of whom it was asserted that he performed such wonderful feats of horsemanship that no horse could have carried him save one of more than earthly breed. Other writers, both British and foreign, have celebrated in prose and verse the deeds of spectre riders and their ghostly steeds, but the following account is the one most closely allied to the theme set before us. It is in Harlan's Lancashire Legends, and is of contemporary belief. Wycollar Hall, near Colne, was long the seat of the Cunliffes of Billington. They were noted persons in their day, and the names of successive members of the family are attached to documents relating to the property of the abbots of Whalley. But evil days came, and their ancestral estates passed out of their hands. In the days of the Commonwealth their loyalty cost them dear, and ultimately they retired to Wycoller with a remnant only of their once extensive estates. About 1819 the last of the family passed away, and the hall is now a mass of ruins. Little but the antique fireplace remains entire, and even the room alluded to in the following legend cannot now be identified. Tradition says that once every year a spectre horseman visits Wycoller Hall. He is attired in the costume of the early Stuart period, and the trappings of his horse are of a most uncouth description. On the evening of his visit, the weather is always wild and tempestuous. There is no moon to light the lonely roads, and the residents of the district do not venture out of their cottages. When the wind howls the loudest, the horseman can be heard dashing up the road at full speed, and after crossing the narrow bridge, he suddenly stops at the door of the hall. The rider then dismounts and makes his way up the broad oaken stairs into one of the rooms of the house. Dreadful screams, as from a woman, are then heard, which soon subside into groans. The horseman then makes his appearance at the door, at once mounts his steed and gallops off the road he came. His body can be seen through by those who may chance to be present. His horse appears to be wild with rage, and its nostrils stream with fire. The tradition is that one of the Cunliffes murdered his wife in that room, and that the spectre horseman is the ghost of the murderer, who is doomed to pay an annual visit to the home of his victim. She is said to have predicted the extinction of the family, which prediction has literally been fulfilled. End of section 142.
Section number 143 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joanna Schreck. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section number 143, Wardley Hall. Many a curious chapter has been written about the human cranium, but probably none more singular than that titled Skull Superstitions by Mr. William Andrews in his work on historic romance. Among other instances of the belief prevalent in certain localities of the way in which skulls influence the fortunes of families, or at any of their residences, he cites the singular and oft referred to case of the empty headpiece kept at Wardley Hall. This ancient pile of buildings, erected in the reign of the 6th Edward, is about 7 miles from Manchester, and is historically noted for its possession of an unburied human skull. The old hall is situated in the midst of a small woody glade, and was originally surrounded by a moat, except on the east side, which was protected by natural defenses. In Lancashire legends, Mr. T. T. Wilkinson says, "This black and white, half-timbered edifice is of a quadrangular form, consisting of ornamented wood and plaster frames, interlined with bricks, plastered and whitewashed, the woodwork being painted black, and entered by a covered archway, opening into a courtyard in the center, like so many of the manor houses of the same age in Lancashire. About 1830 it was in a ruinous condition, one part being occupied as a farmhouse, and the other formed into a cluster of 9 cottages. The hall has since been thoroughly renovated, and has been occupied for many years by a gentleman farmer and colliery owner. Wardley Hall and the surrounding property, after having been in the possession of various gentle families, in the early part of the 17th century passed into the hands of the Downs, and the hall became the residence of Roger Down. Roger, the grandson of this gentleman, and the heir to the property, is described as one of the most dissolute courtiers of Charles II's court. After a reckless career of crime, this young man, the last male representative of his family, was slain in a drunken brawl,
and, says tradition, his head having been severed from his body, was sent as a memento mori to his sister. That head, according to popular faith, has been kept at the Hall ever since, none of the tenants having ever been enabled to get rid of it. Mr. Andrews refers to various accounts relating to this noted relic, but quotes, as the most curious, one found in the manuscripts of Thomas Barrett, the Manchester antiquary, describing his own visit to Wardley Hall about the end of the last century. That account it will be well to follow. A human skull which, time out of mind, hath had a superstitious veneration paid to it by the occupiers of the hall, not permitting it to be removed from its situation, which is on the topmost step of a staircase. There is tradition that, if removed or ill-used, some uncommon noise and disturbance always follows, to the terror of the whole house. Yet, I cannot persuade myself this is always the case. But some years ago, I and 3 of my acquaintances went to view this surprising piece of household furniture, and found it, as above mentioned, and bleached white with weather that beats in upon it from a 4-square window in the hall, which the tenants never permit to be glazed or filled up, thus to oblige the skill which, they say, is unruly and disturbed at the hole not being always open. However, one of us, who was last in company with the skull, removed it from its place into a dark part of the room, and then left and returned home. But the night but one following, such a storm arose about the house, of wind and lightning, as tore down some trees and unthatched outhousing. We hearing of this, my father went over in a few days after to see his mother, who lived near the hall, and was witness to the wreck the storm had made. Yet all this might have happened had the skull never been removed, but withal it keeps alive the credibility of its believers. What I can learn of the above affair from old people in the neighborhood is that a young man of the Downs family, being in London, one night in his frolics, vowed to his companions that he would kill the first man he met, and accordingly he ran his sword through a man immediately, a tailor by trade. However, justice overtook him in his career of wickedness, for in some while after, he being in a riot upon London Bridge, a watchman made a stroke at him with his bill and severed his head from his body, which head was enclosed in a box, and sent to his sister, who then lived at Wardley, where it hath continued ever since. Roby, in his Traditions of Lancashire, refers to this Wardley legend. After relating the fate of young Downs and the sending home of his decapitated head, he says, "The skull was removed, secretly at first, but invariably it returned to the hall, and no human power could drive it thence. It hath been riven to pieces, burnt, and otherwise destroyed, but on the subsequent day it was seen filling its wonted place." Elsewhere he relates that at Wardley, a human skull is still shown here, which is usually kept in a little locked recess in the staircase wall, and which the occupiers of the hall would never permit to be removed. This grim caput mortuum being, it is said, much averse to any change of place or position, never failed to punish the individual severely which should dare to lay hands upon it with any such purpose. If removed, drowned in the neighboring pond, which is in fact a part of the old moat which formerly surrounded the house, or buried, it was sure to return, so that in the end each succeeding tenant was fain to endure its presence, rather than be subject to the terrors and annoyances consequent upon its removal. Even the square aperture in the wall was not permitted to be glazed without the skull, or its long-defunct owner, creating some disturbance. It was almost bleached white by exposure to the weather, and many curious persons have made a pilgrimage there, even of late years. In Harland and Wilkinson's Lancashire Legends, a quite recent work, the editor says that when he visited the hall some years ago, he found that a locked door concealed at once the square aperture and its fearful tenant. At that time 2 keys were provided for this place of a skull, one being kept by the tenant of the hall, and the other by the Countess of Ellesmere, the owner of the property. Occasionally, the Countess would accompany visitors from the neighboring Worsley Hall and would unlock the door and show to her friends the Wardley Hall skull. Mr. Wilkinson revisited the quaint old residence in 1861 and again personally inspected this strange relic of mortality. An account of this reinspection is given in the volume above referred to. End of section number 143.
Section 144 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 144, Bath. Bath is veritably honeycombed, even in these realistic days, with inexplicable mysteries. Haunted houses are of common occurrence in Bladud City, and there are now before us several cases of ghostly doings therein, which, for reasons pecuniary or personal, the owners or tenants deprecate direct allusion to. One of the best known of these troubled homes is in Lansdowne Crescent, and upon the story connected with this building, the number of which we cannot furnish, an interesting romance has been founded by Miss Mary C. Rousel. The story current in Bath is that every Sunday night at 11 o'clock, the sound of clashing swords and of angry mutterings is heard outside the doors of the first-floor rooms, and that everyone who has ventured within those rooms at such a time has heard the noises. Yet, when the doors are opened, nothing is seen, nothing is heard. Another of these haunted houses is in the Villa Fields, but the mysteries connected with it, although alleged to have been detailed at length in a London magazine, we have been unable to fathom. Other tales, more or less circumstantial, have been related to us of houses in Bath, including one in Henrietta Street, Great Pulteney Street. In this house, some years ago, a man murdered his wife and left her bleeding corpse on the hearthstone in the kitchen. With foresight rarely displayed by murderers, he locked the front door previous to escaping by the back, which he pulled to after him. Getting into Great Pulteney Street, he made his way to his residence in Henrietta Street, and attempted to open the front door, or rather pretended to. The door was of course locked, so he called a policeman, who forced his way in and found the dead body of the wife. Notwithstanding the man's cunning, the crime was ultimately brought home to him, and doubtless he suffered the punishment awarded by law for his crime. The fact, however, which causes us to allude to this conventional story of assassination is that the tragedy left ineffaceable traces. Ever since the ghastly body of the murdered wife was flung upon that hearth, the stone there has had stains which cannot be got out. Even new hearthstones have been put down, but the blood stains force their way through and cannot be eradicated. In all the year round for January 1868, attention is drawn to the fact that Bath is, quote, a perfect nest of ghosts, unquote. Amongst its haunted houses is Jervis House, described as a handsome country seat, possessed of a traditional ghost, and as a building about 2 centuries old, standing in extensive grounds within which is a large ornamental lake with a treeless island in the center of it. A gentleman who was on a visit for the first time at Jervis House a year or 2 ago, says this writer, observed to his host at breakfast, "I see there is no bridge accommodation with your little island." "None." "I thought, too, you told me you had at present no boat on the lake." "Nor have I," replied his friend. "Why?" "How, then, do ladies effect the passage?" The host hesitated. "Ladies?" he repeated. "Do you mean—" "I mean, my good friend, that I noticed a lady walking on the island this morning, so early that I wondered at her fancy. She passed entirely round, and crossed it twice, so that I could not possibly be mistaken. You have seen the Jervis ghost, said his friend curtly, and the subject was dismissed. Of course, this is a very tantalizing finale, but all our efforts to obtain any further information for the benefit of our readers about Jervis House or its ghostly tenant have proved fruitless. Another narrative, told in the same number of the periodical cited, refers to another haunted residence in the vicinity of Bath, and is, if equally inexplicable, certainly more blood-curdling. It relates to Barton Hall, and the circumstances are asserted by its narrator to be perfectly true, and to have occurred but a very short time since, 1868, to two young ladies, sisters, from whom the facts were derived on the occasion of their visit to the hall. They had retired, says the account, to the chamber occupied by both, and the elder sister was already in bed. The younger was kneeling before the fire. The door opened softly, and a woman, entering, crossed the apartment, and bent down before a chest of drawers, as if intending to open the lower one. Thinking it was one of the maids, the young lady who was in bed accosted her. "Is that you, Mary? What are you looking for there?" Her sister, who was before the fire, had risen to her feet and turned towards the woman. In the act she uttered a loud shriek, and, staggering back, fell half-fainting on the bed. The others sprang up and followed the intruder, who seemed to retreat quickly into an adjoining dressing-room. The young lady entered. It was empty. Returning to her sister, the latter, who had recovered from her consternation, explained the cause of her outcry. The woman, in turning to meet her, displayed a human countenance, but devoid of eyes. End of section 144. Read by Janice McNally, Toronto, Canada, November 2021.
Section number 145 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joanna Schreck. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section number 145, Bowland. One of those singular dreams which have attained to historic importance, as much by their recorder's position as their own inexplicable nature, is given in a note to the Antiquary by Sir Walter Scott himself. In vouching for the entire authenticity of the story, Sir Walter states that it was told to him by persons who had the best access to know the facts, who were not likely themselves to be deceived, and who were certainly incapable of deception. He was, therefore, as he remarks of the story, unable to refuse to give it credit, however extraordinary the circumstances may appear. Sir Walter's version of the story, with the names of which he gives only the initials and final letters duly filled in, is Mr. Rutherford of Bowland, a gentleman of landed property in the Vale of Gala, was prosecuted for a very considerable sum, the accumulated arrears of tiend, or tithe, for which he was said to be indebted to a noble family, the titulars, lay improprietors of the tithes. Mr. Rutherford was strongly impressed with the belief that his father had, by a form of process peculiar to the law of Scotland, purchased these tiends from the titular, and therefore that the present prosecution was groundless. But after an industrious search among his father's papers, an investigation among the public records, and a careful inquiry among all persons who had transacted law business for his father, no evidence could be recovered to support his defense. The period was now near at hand when he conceived the loss of his lawsuit to be inevitable, and he had formed the determination to ride to Edinburgh the next day and make the best bargain he could in the way of compromise. He went to bed with this resolution, and, with all the circumstances of the case floating upon his mind, had a dream to the following purpose. His father, who had been dead many years, appeared to him, he thought, and asked him why he was disturbed in his mind. In dreams, men are not surprised at such apparitions. Mr. Rutherford thought that he informed his father of the cause of his distress, adding that the payment of a considerable sum of money was the most unpleasant to him, because he had a strong consciousness that it was not due, though he was unable to recover any evidence in support of his belief. "You are right, my son," replied the paternal shade. "I did acquire right to these teens, for payment of which you are now prosecuted. The papers relating to the transaction are in the hands of Mr. Blank, a writer or attorney who is now retired from professional business and resides at Inverasc, near Edinburgh. He was a person whom I employed on that occasion for a particular reason, but who never on any other occasion transacted business on my account. It is very possible," pursued the vision, "that Mr. Blank may have forgotten a matter which is now of a very old date, but you may call it to his recollection by this token, that, when I came to pay his account, there was difficulty in getting change for a Portugal piece of gold, and we were forced to drink out the balance at a tavern." Mr. Rutherford awoke in the morning, and all the words of the vision imprinted on his mind, and thought it worth while to walk across the country to Inverasc, instead of going straight to Edinburgh. When he came there, he waited on the gentleman mentioned in the dream, a very old man. Without saying anything of the vision, he inquired whether he ever remembered having conducted such a matter for his deceased father. The old gentleman could not, at first, bring the circumstance to his recollection, but on mention of the Portugal piece of gold, the whole returned upon his memory. He made an immediate search for the papers and recovered them, so that Mr. Rutherford carried to Edinburgh the documents necessary to gain the cause which he was on the verge of losing. End of section number 145.
Section 146 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 146, Clifton Park. In Horace Welby's Signs Before Death, a work to which we have elsewhere had occasion to refer, the following narrative is given, and in these words. One morning in the summer of 1745, Mrs. Jane Lowe, housekeeper to Mr. Pringle of Clifton Park, in the south of Scotland, beheld the apparition of a lady walking in the avenue, on the margin of a rivulet which runs into Cale Water. The form resembled a daughter of her master, who had long been absent from the family, at the distance of about 100 miles south of Paris. As Mrs. Lowe walked down the avenue and approached the rivulet, this resemblance impressed her so strongly that, seeing her master in an enclosure adjoining, she went and told him what she had seen. Mr. Pringle laughed and said, "You simple woman, that lady is Miss Chatto of Moorbattle." However, Mrs. Lowe prevailed upon him to accompany her to the place, which they had nearly reached when the apparition sprang into the water and instantly disappeared. Mr. Pringle and Mrs. Lowe, on returning to the hall, apprised the family of the vision, and for their pains were heartily laughed at. The Reverend Mr. Turnbull, minister at Linton, happened to breakfast that morning with Mr. Pringle, his lady, and 2 young daughters, who joined in the laugh. About 3 months afterwards, the same reverend gentleman honoured the family with his company. When standing at a window in the lower room, he observed a poor, ragged, lame, lean man approaching the house. "Here comes another apparition," cried Mr. Turnbull, with a kind of contemptuous smile. This drew the immediate attention of all present, and Mr. Pringle quickly recognised the person to be his second son, who he had not seen for above 10 years. On his arrival, he soon convinced them that he was not an apparition, declaring that he had narrowly escaped with his life from Tunis, in the vicinity which he had been a slave to the Algerines 7 years, but had happily been ransomed at the critical moment when he was ordered to be put to death for mutiny. He added that on his return home through France, he called at the place where he had heard that his sister resided, and to his unspeakable grief found that she had died on the 25th of May, the same summer, about 5 o'clock in the morning, which he recollected to have been the precise time when he was saved from the jaws of death, and when he thought he beheld his sister. Mrs. Lowe, who was present in the room, on hearing his declaration, added her testimony by affirming that the day alluded to was that on which she had shown Mr. Pringle the apparition, and this was confirmed by the Reverend Mr. Turnbull, in whose study this narrative was found after his death. End of section 146. Recording by Alan Mapstone.
Section 147 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 147, Edinburgh. Under the title of Aunt Margaret's Mirror, Sir Walter Scott published a tale the incidents of which were derived from some circumstances in the early life of the Countess of Stair, wife of John, the second Earl. The author of Waverley only related the remarkable events alluded to in a condensed manner, but from various Scottish writers, especially Robert Chambers, we are enabled to furnish the story in a more ample form. Lady Eleanor Campbell was youngest daughter of James, 2nd Earl of Loudon, and therefore granddaughter to that stern old Earl who played so important a part in the affairs of the Covenant and who was Lord Chancellor of Scotland during the Civil War. Whilst very young in the beginning of the last century, Lady Mary was married to James, the first Viscount Primrose. Her husband is described as a nobleman of bad temper and dissolute habits, and is averred to have treated his young wife with great brutality. Eventually his conduct became so outrageous that the unfortunate lady went in fear of her life. One morning, it is stated, whilst she was labouring under this dreadful anticipation, she was dressing herself in her chamber near an open window, when she saw her husband enter the room with a drawn sword in his hand. He had opened the door softly and approached his wife with stealthy steps, but she had caught a glimpse in the mirror of his face, upon which his horrible resolution was depicted, and before he had time to do her any injury, she leapt through an open window into the street. She does not appear to have sustained any important injury by her dangerous leap, and was enabled, half-dressed as she was, to get to the house of her husband's mother and claim her protection, which was, of course, accorded. After such proceedings it was impossible to think of a reconciliation, and in future the ill-assorted couple lived apart. Soon after this escapade, Lord Primrose went abroad, and for a very long while Lady Primrose heard nothing whatever about him. During this lengthy separation, a foreign fortune-teller or necromancer came to Edinburgh and, among other accomplishments, professed to be able to inform anyone of the present condition or position of any other person in whom the applicant was interested, irrespective of their distance. Hearing of the marvels performed by this foreigner, and incited by curiosity, Lady Primrose went, with a lady friend, to his lodgings in the Canongate, for the purpose of inquiring about her absent husband. The two ladies, escorted by their servants, duly reached the place of their quest. Lady Primrose, having described the individual in whose fate she was interested, and having expressed her desire to know how he was occupied, was led by the conjurer to a large mirror. Upon looking into it, she perceived distinctly the inside of a church, within which, grouped about the altar, a marriage ceremony appeared to be proceeding. What, however, was Lady Primrose's astonishment when, in the shadowy bridegroom, she recognized her own husband, although the bride's face was entirely strange to her. The magical scene thus wonderfully displayed before her bewildered gaze she described as not so much like a picture or the delineation of the pencil as a living, moving tableau of real life. Whilst Lady Primrose gazed, the whole ceremonial of the marriage appeared to be taking place before her. The necessary arrangements had been made. The priest appeared about to pronounce the preliminary service. He was apparently on the point of bidding the bride and bridegroom join hands, when, suddenly, a gentleman whom the party seemed to have been waiting for some time, and in whom Lady Primrose recognized a brother of her own, then abroad, entered the church, and hurried toward the bridal group. At first, the aspect of this person was only that of a friend who had been invited to the ceremony, and who had arrived late. But when he arrived near the party, the expression of his countenance suddenly altered. He stopped short, his face assumed a wrathful expression. He drew his sword and rushed at the bridegroom, who also drew his weapon. The whole scene then became quite tumultuous and indistinct, and speedily vanished away. Upon her return home, Lady Primrose wrote out a minute account of the whole affair, and appended to her narrative the day of the month on which she had seen the mysterious vision. This account she sealed up in the presence of a witness, and then deposited it in a place of security. Eventually the absent brother returned home, and, naturally, went to visit his sister. Lady Primrose inquired if, in the course of his wanderings, he had happened to see or hear anything of her husband. The young man only responded that he wished never to hear that detestable person's name mentioned. Pressed closely by his sister, however, he confessed at last that he had met Lord Primrose, and under very strange circumstances. Whilst he was making a stay in Amsterdam, he became acquainted with a very wealthy merchant, whose only child, a beautiful girl, was the heiress of his enormous fortune. This merchant informed him that his daughter was engaged to a Scotchman of good position, who had recently come to reside in Holland, and asked him, as a fellow countryman of the bridegroom, to the forthcoming wedding. He went, but was a little late for the commencement of the ceremony, yet arrived, fortunately, just in time to prevent the marriage of the beautiful and amiable young Dutch girl to his own brother-in-law, Lord Primrose. Lady Primrose had so far succumbed to the prevalent superstition of her time as to write down a full account of the vision she had beheld in the magic mirror, but she was so confounded and overcome when this wonderful confirmation of its truth was revealed to her that she almost fainted away. But one important fact had still to be ascertained. When did Lord Primrose's attempted marriage take place? Her brother was fully enabled to answer this. Upon receiving his reply, she took out a key, opened the drawer containing the account of her vision in the mirror, and, handing the manuscript to her brother, desired him to read it. He did so, and found that Lady Primrose's narrative not only tallied in every important particular way with the scene he had taken part in, but also that it was dated on the day that her husband's attempted nuptials were interrupted in the way he had described. A few words about Lady Primrose's career will not be out of place here. In 1709 her husband died, leaving her still young and beautiful. She had many good offers, but, more than dissatisfied with her experience of the married state, she formed a resolution never to remarry. Among her suitors was the famous Earl of Stair, who for 20 years had made Edinburgh his place of residence. Lady Primrose preferred him to all her wooers, but even on his behalf could not be persuaded to relinquish the comforts of widowhood. In order to change her resolution, the Earl hit upon an expedient which, as one authority remarks, certainly marks the age as one of little delicacy. He bribed one of her servants to admit him into her dressing-room, the window of which looked out upon the High Street. At this window, when the morning was somewhat advanced, the Earl showed himself en dishabille to the passers-by. The fatal effect which this exhibition threatened to have upon the lady's reputation induced her to accept Lord Stair for her second husband. As Countess of Stair, the lady is said to have had a fairly happy life, especially after she had succeeded in weaning the Earl from over-fondness of the bottle. In 1747 she was left a widow for the second time, and in November 1759, after having long exercised sway over the first coteries of the Scottish capital, died there at a very advanced age. End of section 147. Read by David Holmes.
Section 148 of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 148. Edinburgh Castle. A singular prophetic or warning dream is related and vouched for as entirely authentic by Dr. Abercrombie in his work on Inquiries Concerning the Intellectual Powers. The Doctor, however, only gives the skeleton of the story and omits the names of the persons concerned. Lady Clark of Pennycook, daughter of the Mr. Dacre of the Dream, communicated the tale more fully in Blackwood's Magazine in a letter dated May 1st, 1826, and beginning, "Being in company the other day, when the conversation turned upon dreams, I related one of which, as it happened to my own father, I can answer for the perfect truth. Even Lady Clark's printed narrative, however, is incomplete, as it also gives the initials only of the names, but Mr. Dale Owen was successful in obtaining these names in full from a manuscript account of the whole affair by her ladyship, and he succeeded also in unearthing from a contemporary newspaper, the Caledonian Mercury, the date of the accident referred to and particulars of the whole occurrence. The anecdote is related by Mr. Dale Owen in the following terms. Major and Mrs. Griffith of Edinburgh, then residing in the castle, had received into their house their nephew, Mr. Joseph Dacre of Kirklington, in the county of Cumberland, a young gentleman who had come to the Scottish capital for the purpose of attending college, and had been specially recommended to his relatives' care. One afternoon, Mr. Dacre communicated to them his intention of joining some of his young companions on the morrow in a fishing party to Inchkeith, and to this no objection was made. During the ensuing night, however, Mrs. Griffith started from a troubled dream, exclaiming in accents of terror, "The boat is sinking! Oh, save them!" Her husband ascribed this to apprehension on her part, but she declared that she had no uneasiness whatsoever about the fishing party, and indeed had not thought about it. So she again composed herself to sleep. When, however, a similar dream was thrice repeated in the course of the night, and the last time presenting the image of the boat lost and the whole party drowned, she became seriously alarmed, threw on her dressing gown, and without waiting for morning, proceeded to her nephew's room. With some difficulty she persuaded him to relinquish his design, and to send his servant to Leith with an excuse. The morning was fine, and the fishing party embarked. It consisted of Mr. Patrick Cumming, a merchant, Colin Campbell, a shipmate, a boy named Cleland, nephew to Campbell, and 2 sailors. About 3 o'clock a sudden squall arose from the southwest, the boat upset and foundered, and all were drowned except Campbell, who was picked up after being 5 hours in the water, almost dead with fatigue. This happened on the 7th of August, 1734, and the affair is narrated, so far as concerns the accident, in the Caledonian Mercury for the 12th of the same month. End of section 148. Recording by Alan Mapstone.
Section 149 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 149. Glen Shiré. In the first series of this collection of supernatural stories is given an account of the wonderful apparitional armies seen at Edge Hill some few months after the battle there between the King's forces and those of the Parliament. As then remarked, several well-authenticated instances are on record of such phantasmal appearances, but as yet no lucid or convincing explanation of the phenomenon has been given. Footnote: Vide Suter Fell, page 246 to 249 in this volume. End of footnote. In some cases, these apparitions might be deemed a wonderfully realistic reproduction of real human beings at some distant place, a mirage produced by some natural law that we are not conversant with. But as regards the case of Edge Hill, such an explanation is valueless. The faces and figures of many of the combatants killed in that engagement having been recognized by several spectators. In the following narrative, related in Otway's collection of supernatural stories and in several similar works, the events detailed are not so marvellous, nor so inexplicable as those of Edge Hill, but nevertheless are worthy citation in an epitome of this kind. The tale is told thus. As you wish to have an account of the vision which my father and grandfather saw in the neighbourhood of this place, I will endeavour to comply with your request. I have heard it, with all its circumstances, so often related by them both, when together, as well as by my father separately since my grandfather's decease, that I am fully convinced that they saw this vision as if I had seen it myself. At the same time, I must acknowledge that, however desirous I am to oblige, Lady, and you, I commit this account to writing with some degree of reluctance, well knowing how little credit is generally given by the more intelligent classes of mankind to a narrative of that kind, and how little it corresponds with the ordinary course of causes and events. This vision was seen by them about 3 o'clock in the afternoon of a very warm, clear, sunshiny day in the month of June or July, between the years of 1746 and 1753. I cannot go nearer to ascertain the year. My grandfather was then a farmer in Glen Airy, which you know is within 4 miles of this place, and my father, who was at that time a young unmarried man, resided in the family with him. On the morning of the day above mentioned, my grandfather, having occasion to transact some business in Glen Shiré, took my father along with him. They went there by crossing the hill which separates it from Glen Airy, and their business in Glen Shiré having been finished a little after midday, they came round by Inverary in order to return home. As soon as they came to Gearan Bridge and had turned toward Inverness, they were very much surprised to behold a great number of men under arms marching on foot toward them. At this time the foremost ranks were only advanced as Kilmallion. They were marching in regular order and as closely as they could move. From that point of the new town near the quay, where Captain Gilly's house now stands, along the shore and high road, and crossing the River Avey near the town, at or about the spot where the new bridge has been since built. Of the rear there appeared to be no end. The ground upon which the town now stands was then surrounded by a park wall. From the nature of the ground, my father and grandfather could see no further than this wall, and, as the army was advancing in front, the rear as regularly succeeded and advanced from the furthest verge of their view. They stood a considerable time to observe this extraordinary sight, then walked slowly on, but stopped now and then, with their eyes constantly fixed on the objects before them. Meantime, the army continuing regularly to advance, they counted that it had 15 or 16 pairs of colours, and they observed that the men nearest to them were marching upon the road, 6 or 7 abreast, or in each line, attended by a number of women and children both below and above the road, some of whom were carrying tin cans and other implements of cookery, which, I am told, is customary on a march. They were clothed in red, but as to that particular circumstance I do not recollect whether my grandfather mentioned it or not, though I know my father did. And the sun shone so bright that the gleam of their arms, which consisted of muskets and bayonets, sometimes dazzled their sight. They also observed between Kilmallion and the Salmon Draught an animal resembling a deer or a horse in the middle of a crowd of soldiers who were, as they conjectured, stabbing and pushing it forward with their bayonets. My father, who had never seen an army before, naturally put a number of questions to my grandfather, who had served in the Argyllshire Highlanders in assisting to suppress the rebellion of 1745, concerning the probable route and destination of the army which was now advancing toward them, and of the number of men it seemed to consist of. My grandfather replied that he supposed it had come from Ireland and had landed at Kintyre, and that it was proceeding to England, and that, in his opinion, it was more numerous than the army on both sides at the Battle of Culloden. My father, having particularly remarked that the rear ranks were continually running forward in order to overtake those who were before them, and inquiring into the reason, my grandfather told him that was always the case with the rear, that the least obstacle stopped and threw them behind, which necessarily, and in a still greater degree, retarded the march of those who were behind them, and obliged them to come forward until they had recovered their own places again. And he therefore advised my father, if he went into the army, to endeavour, if possible, to get into the front rank, which always marched with leisure and ease, while those in the rear were generally kept running in the manner he had seen. My father and grandfather were now come to the thorn bush between Garum Bridge and the gate of the Deer Park, and at the same time the rear of the army had advanced very near to the gate, and as the road forms a right angle at that gate, and the front of the army was then directly opposite to them, they had, of course, a better opportunity of observing it minutely. The vanguard, they then observed, consisted of a party of 40 or 50 men, preceded by an officer on foot. At a little distance behind them another officer appeared riding upon a grey dragoon horse. He was the only person they observed on horseback, and from his appearance and station in the march they considered him as the commander-in-chief. He had on a gold-laced hat and a blue hussar cloak, with wide open loose sleeves all lined with red. He also wore boots and spurs. The rest of his dress they could not see. My father took such particular notice of him that he often declared he would know him perfectly well if he ever saw him again. Behind this officer the rear of the army marched all in one body, so far as they observed, but attended by women and children, as I mentioned above. My father's curiosity being now sufficiently gratified, he represented to my grandfather that these men, who were advancing toward them, would force them to go along with them, or use them otherwise ill, and he therefore proposed that they should both go out of their way by climbing over a stone dyke which fences the Deer Park from the high road. To this my grandfather objected, saying that as he was a middle-aged man and had seen some service, he believed they would not give any trouble to him. But at the same time he told my father that as he was a young man and they might possibly take him along with them, he might go out of the way, or not, as he thought fit. Upon this my father instantly leaped over the dyke. He then walked behind it for a little time, but when he arrived near the clumps he looked back to observe the motions of the army and found, to his utter astonishment, that they were all vanished. Not a soul of them was to be seen. As soon as he had recovered from his surprise, he returned to my grandfather and cried out, "What has become of the men?" My grandfather, who did not seem to have paid them much attention after my father left him, then observed also that they had disappeared, and answered with an equal degree of astonishment that he could not tell. As they proceeded on their way to Inverary, he recommended my father to keep what they had seen secret, lest they should make themselves ridiculous, for that no person would believe that they had seen a vision so extraordinary. At the same time, he told him that though he, my grandfather, might not live to see it, my father might possibly live to see the vision realized. This conversation was scarcely ended when they met one Stewart, an old man who then resided in Glenshirry, going home and driving a horse before him. This, as they believed, was the same animal they had before observed, surrounded by a crowd. My father, notwithstanding the admonition he had just received, asked Stewart what had become of the people who were travelling with him. Stewart, not understanding the drift of the question, answered that nobody had been in company with him since he left Inverary, but that he never travelled in so warm a day, that the air was so close and sultry that he was scarcely able to breathe, and that his horse had become so weak and feeble that he was obliged to alight and drive it before him. The account of this vision was communicated by my father and grandfather not only to me, but to many others in this place and neighbourhood, it being scarcely possible that so extraordinary an occurrence could long be concealed. It is no doubt extremely difficult to account for it, but no person acquainted with my father or grandfather has ever supposed that either of them was capable of inventing such a story, and, accordingly, as far as I can understand, no person to whom they told it ever doubted that they told the truth. My grandfather died several years ago. My father died within these 2 years. But neither of them saw their vision realized, although, indeed, my father had strong expectations of seeing it realized a few years before his death, particularly at the time of the Irish Rebellion, and of the last threatened invasion of the French. End of section 149. Read by David Holmes.
Section 150 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 150, Newark. Many quaint old customs linger in the towns as well as in the country districts of England, and some of them are so ancient that their origin is lost in obscurity. A singular instance of such customs as are alluded to is discoverable at Newark-on-Trent, but unlike some others, tradition, or rather history, is well able to account for its existence. On the 11th of March, every year, penny loaves are given away in this place at the town hall to all such poor persons as choose to apply for them. This custom originated in the following way. During the bombardment of Newark by the parliamentarian troops under Oliver Cromwell, a certain Alderman Clay dreamed on 3 successive nights that his house had taken fire. Impressed by the persistence and vividness of these dreams, the worthy magistrate removed with his family to another residence, and a few days later, on the 11th of March, sure enough, his vacated house was burnt down by the besiegers' fire. In gratitude for what he considered his miraculous preservation, Alderman Clay, by his will, dated the 11th of December, 1694, left £200 in trust to the mayor and aldermen of Newark for the time being. The interest of half this money has to be paid to the vicar annually, conditionally upon his preaching an appropriate sermon, and the interest of the other half has to be expended in bread for distribution among the poor in the way specified above. End of section 150. Section 151 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 151. Wadebridge. In the pages of this work, as is seen, are some examples of very wonderful dreams, prophetic dreams, warning dreams, double dreams or dreams simultaneously occurring to two persons, and dreams of discovery. To the last named species may be assigned the strange and oft alluded to story of the Wadebridge murder. The murder was one replete with commonplace horrors and would not stand out from the usual category of such crimes but for the marvelous manner in which it was, according to the evidence before us, supernaturally displayed before a person some hundreds of miles away. As the account of this curious cause célèbre is given very circumstantially by Dr. Clement Carlion in his early years and late reflections, and as, after sifting the case thoroughly, he avers its unquestionable authenticity, it is better to quote it in his exact words. Dr. Carlion's account is as follows. On the evening of the 8th of February, 1840, Mr. Neville Norway, a Cornish gentleman, was cruelly murdered by two brothers of the name of Lightfoot on his way from Bodmin to Wadebridge, the place of his residence. At that time his brother, Mr. Edmund Norway, was in the command of a merchant vessel, the Orient, on her voyage from Manila to Cadiz, and the following is his own account of a dream which he had on the night when his brother was murdered. Ship Orient from Manila to Cadiz, February 8, 1840, about 7:30 p.m., the island of St. Helena, north-northwest, distant about 7 miles, shortened sail and rounded to, with the ship's head to the eastward. At 8, set the watch and went below, wrote a letter to my brother Neville Norway. About 20 minutes or a quarter before 10 o'clock, went to bed, fell asleep and dreamt I saw two men attack my brother and murder him. One caught the horse by the bridle and snapped a pistol twice, but I heard no report. He then struck him a blow, and he fell off the horse. They struck him several blows and dragged him by the shoulders across the road and left him. In my dream there was a house on the left-hand side of the road. At 4 o'clock I was called and went on deck to take charge of the ship. I told the second officer, Mr. Henry Wren, that I had had a dreadful dream, namely that my brother Neville was murdered by two men on the road from St. Columb to Wadebridge, but that I felt sure it could not be there, as the house there would be on the right-hand side of the road, so that it must have been somewhere else. He replied, "Don't think anything about it. You West country people are so superstitious. You will make yourself miserable the remainder of the voyage." He then left the general orders and went below. It was one continued dream from the time I fell asleep until I was called at 4 o'clock in the morning. Edmund Norway, Chief Officer, Ship Orient. Thus ends the captain's account of his dream. The confession of William Lightfoot, one of the assassins who did really murder Mr. Norway, and who was executed together with his brother for the crime at Bodmin on the 13th of April, 1840, is as follows. I went to Bodmin last Saturday week, the 8th instant, February 8, 1840, and in returning I met my brother James at the head of Dummer Hill. It was dim like. We came on the turnpike road all the way till we came to the house near the spot where the murder was committed. We did not go into the house, but hid ourselves in a field. My brother knocked Mr. Norway down. He snapped a pistol at him twice, and it did not go off. He then knocked him down with the pistol. I was there along with him. Mr. Norway was struck while on horseback. It was on the turnpike road between Pencarron Mill and the directing post towards Wadebridge. I cannot say at what time of the night it was. We left the body in the water on the left side of the road, coming to Wadebridge. We took some money in a purse, but I did not know how much. My brother drew the body across the road to the watering. The evidence of various witnesses called at the trial of the assassins proved that the murder must have been committed between 10 and 11 at night. Dr. Carlian, in concluding his account of this dream, remarks, "It will be seen that Mr. Edmund Norway, in relating his dream the following morning to his shipmate, observed that the murder could not have been committed on the St. Column Road, because the house, in going thence to Wadebridge, is on the right hand, whereas the house was in his dream on the left." Now, this circumstance, however apparently trivial, tends somewhat to enhance the interest of the dream, without in the least impugning its fidelity, for such fissures are characteristic of these sensorial impressions, which are altogether involuntary, and bear a much nearer relation to the productions of the daguerreotype than to those of the portrait painter, whose lines are at his command. End of section 151. Section 152 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram, Section 152. Captain Blomberg's Apparition. In the following extraordinary account of an apparition heard, if not seen, by two persons at once, the exact locality where the appearance took place is not stated, but the story is well known and often alluded to, and therefore deserves publication here. The Dr. Blomberg to whom the tale refers is said to have been a celebrated metropolitan clergyman in the early part of this century. When Blomberg was a boy, his father, Captain Blomberg, was stationed with his regiment in Martinique. One day the captain was ordered to a distant part of the island with some important dispatches. The barracks at headquarters, where the absent man had been residing, were just then very crowded, and in consequence the officers had to share their apartments with one another in order that all might be housed within the barracks. One night, shortly after Blomberg's departure, the door of one of these apartments was heard to open, and the noise awakened the two occupants. One of them, a friend of the absent captain, raised himself in bed, and to his intense astonishment beheld Blomberg approach the bedside and draw back the mosquito curtain. "Why, Blomberg," said he, "what on earth has brought you back?" Blomberg looked at him for a few seconds with a melancholy and abstracted air, but at last said distinctly, "I died this night, and I have come to ask you to take charge of my little orphan boy." He then gave his friend the address of the child's relatives in London, and asked him to have the boy sent to them at once, adding that the papers necessary to establish the boy's claims to some property would be found in a certain drawer, which he designated. This communication made, the visitant departed, closing the door after him with an audible sound, and leaving the friend deeply perplexed. Calling out to the occupant of the other bed, he asked him if he had heard anyone in the room. Yes, was the reply. Was it not Blomberg? What did he want? The first officer then asked his companion if he had not heard what Blomberg had said, but he answered that he had merely heard the sound of his voice. At breakfast next day, the two officers recounted the extraordinary affair to their companions, and were, of course, heartily laughed at for their pains. In the evening, however, a message arrived that put a speedy stop to their merriment. Captain Blomberg, so they were informed, having given way to a depression of spirits in his solitude, had fallen into a fever, and on the very night, and at the very hour in which the apparition had appeared to his friends, had succumbed to the disorder. The friend to whom the apparition appeared was deeply impressed, and noted down the strange communication which he had received. He sent the boy over to London, to the stated address, which proved to be that of the relatives, and had search made in the drawer designated by Blomberg's apparition, and there, sure enough, were found the deeds which proved the child's title to the property. This wonderful affair acquired a widespread notoriety, and at last reached the ears of Queen Charlotte. Her Majesty was greatly interested, and at once ordered the child to be received into the royal nursery, where indeed he was brought up under the direct care and superintendence of his royal benefactress. Dr. Blomberg, it is stated, was remarkably lax in his ideas of the Sabbath, being so devoted, according to report, to his fiddling that he kept a greased bow for Sunday playing. But it generally follows, whenever anyone has acquired a reputation for some uncanny connection or the other, rumor attributes all kinds of unconventional things to him or her. End of section 152.
Section 153 of the Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by April 6090. The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram. Section 153. Smellie and Greenlaw. Post-mortem assignations are among the most frequent and best known form of ghostly visitations. The instances recorded of dead men keeping appointments made with living friends are so numerous that it is easy to select from them many unimpeachable cases. Such a case is that given in the biography of William Smellie, author of the Philosophy of Natural History. Smellie's most intimate acquaintance was William Greenlaw, a man of great probity, and who, after having gone through the usual theological studies and taken orders in the Church of Scotland, for certain conscientious reasons, refused a living when it was offered to him, and sought his subsistence by teaching the learned languages. In the course of their long and close friendship, Smellie and Greenlaw entered into a solemn compact in writing, and even formally sealed it, and signed it with their blood, whereby both mutually engaged that whoever died first should return, if possible, and give the survivor an account of the spiritual world. A proviso was made that if the deceased did not return within the expiration of 12 months, it was to be concluded that he was unable or not permitted to come back. Greenlaw died on the 26th of June, 1774. When the anniversary of his death drew near, Smellie became exceedingly anxious about the expected visit, and lost several successive nights' sleep in watching for his deceased friend's reappearance. At last, one evening, worn out with fatigue, Smellie would appear to have fallen asleep in his easy-chair. The apparition of Greenlaw, clad all in spectral white, now appeared to him, and in a solemn tone informed him that he had experienced great difficulties in procuring permission to return to this earth, according to their agreement, that he was now in a much better world than the one he had left, and yet that the hopes and wishes of its inhabitants were by no means satisfied, as, like those of the lower world, they still looked forward in the hope of eventually reaching a still happier state of existence. This spiritual communication is said to have completely satisfied William Smellie, and to have quite removed from his mind all further anxiety on the subject of the agreement. He related the whole story, and showed the blood-signed agreement to the eccentric but learned Lord Monboddo. That nobleman observed there could not be the slightest reasonable doubt or hesitation in believing that Greenlaw did actually appear. End of section 153. End of The Haunted Homes and Family Traditions of Great Britain by John Henry Ingram.